have to cut a
Oh,
lot
okay.
then. Alright, so
Yeah.
this will be the official start right here.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Well, let me set myself on Discord to do not disturb, so I stop getting the notification noises.
Yeah, that's what I had to do. I kept getting pings from my friends, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if
No, it's
I don't know if the
funny.
stream can hear that, but oops,
It's funny.
oopsies.
You always get like 6 times the amount of pings whenever you're live for some reason.
Yeah, dude, it's like no one wants anything to do with you. The second you're busy, ping, ping, ping. It's like, bro, you couldn't have texted me 5 minutes ago. Like, fuck you. Anyways, sorry.
Off. Yep. Also, all the tech issues happen when you
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. Like,
incidentally
my
when.
mic was working earlier today, I tested it, and then, of course, when I go on the stream, and it breaks.
bruh.
Bro, it's a
YouTube just
state.
said
That's
three
the funny
people
thing.
left.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Fuck them. They're not dedicated enough. We're trying to build a cult here.
They're like, oh, the stream's actually starting? Fuck this shit. I was here for the random bullshit.
We're back up to 5 viewers, though. Okay. Did you, Byron? Have you posted it in our
Byron.
friend
It's
server?
called Byron.
Byron.
Sorry, sorry.
What are you asking me?
Oh, never mind. I already checked. You didn't. Okay, I'll just post the link in. I'll post the link in that other server.
Okay, okay. So you guys didn't start talking about the show yet, did you?
No, we waited for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
alright,
because
sorry about that.
we have to get your catch up thoughts on I think it's episode 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, yep.
So can you like
So,
run through that a little quickly?
yeah, let's
And
let's
while you
scroll
do
through my
that, I'm
notes
gonna
here.
yep. And while you do that, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, incidentally.
Oh, okay.
Alright. So I thought that was a good like superhero-esque like genre episode, right? We were talking about like 3, 4, and 5 were kind of like genre hopping, right? Like that
Yeah.
was kind of like Japanese anime what are they called with like the Power Rangers and stuff? That's like a genre name. I'm not sure,
Um,
but
not
you know what I'm talking about.
samurai? I don't know.
No, no. But whatever their name is, right? Like he had a suit kind of Power Ranger-esque, right? They were talking about Spider-Man. So that I thought that was fun. We only saw the suit one more time after that, I believe, right? It was
Yeah.
episode 8, right?
Yeah, he puts I think he puts back on, yeah.
Yeah, so we only see it for 2 episodes, but it's a cool idea, right, with, like, the
Yeah.
zombie-proof suit, and I liked how he could, unlike, a lot of other type of armor, right, he could still feel the force of the bite, right, like, the samurai armor, since it's, like, big and clunky, would do a much better job of, like, redistributing the force, but whereas with his, like, his thin mesh suit, he could feel all the impact of the bite, so it's,
Yeah.
definitely more effective than the samurai armor, but it is
Also,
also more painful.
also the
Yeah.
genre is called Super Sentai or
Okay,
Sentai.
I knew the weeb would know,
Super
so
what?
Well, so the originating one is Super Sentai, but the genre itself is
Oh,
Sentai.
okay.
It's yeah, it's essentially where like Power Rangers gets its inspiration from.
Okay.
yeah. And then one other thing I noticed I didn't notice on the first watch through because that was the only episode I watched twice was episode 5, is that you actually do see the zombie shark before the big reveal, so that's pretty cool. It's like a blink and
Yeah,
you miss it moment.
Hmm.
yeah, he's like just floating there chilling. In
Yeah.
Yeah,
fact, I
it's
didn't even realize he was a zombie yet.
yeah, no, it's like it's literally it's like a frame or 2 and you blink, you miss it. Like I didn't catch it the first time through. But,
Yeah.
yeah, so I know you guys, talked a lot about it in the last stream, so I didn't wanna go over episode 5 too much since we already talked about it, but yeah, those are just some of my general thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and I think that's a good now's a good time to just move on to episode
Oh,
6.
yeah, the one other thing is, like, obviously, I called her the ice cold bitch the first time around, but I figured you'd get the reason behind that, and we absolutely did, so I figured they wouldn't just have her be a bitch for no reason.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If anything, I think she's probably at least the second best fleshed out character just in that moment. And I actually think she might be the most fleshed out character in the series.
She's definitely
entirely her
the
mindset and
number two
ability.
most important character after Akira.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
she's also clearly.
Do you think
Well,
you think above Kencho or Kenji, whatever his name is?
Oh,
Yeah,
Kensho's.
it goes
Yeah, Kensho's
yeah,
kind of the
Kencho's
side character.
third, and then what's her name?
Bea.
Uh
Bea's honestly kind of
Beat-
wasted. She doesn't get
yeah,
nearly enough
Beatrix doesn't get a
time.
whole lot to do, unfortunately, even though she's supposed because
Yeah,
this
Beatrix.
was originally supposed to be more than one season, right?
I think that was the intention, but they had a lot
Yeah,
of
because like that wasn't a
production
very
issues.
definitive ending. It was kind of like here's like
Open
a
ended.
Uh,
ending for a season,
Yeah.
but like we're
it,
gonna
it,
open it up
it's
for more.
it's an ending that kind of like wraps it up, and if it ends on that, I'm happy with it. But I would have liked more. I would like more.
Yeah,
But
I was about
the
to ask you about that. Is
production.
there ever gonna be a second season?
It's unlikely. The
Oh, that's
production
a shame.
issues, I think, it did a lot of damage to the shows. Because it had like a multi-week delay between episodes,
Oh wow.
and so I think that definitely probably hurt it. Now it's on Netflix at least, so I'm sure a lot of other people have like watched it since then. But yeah,
Hmm.
I haven't heard anything about a second season.
Yeah, that's
I'll
unfortunate.
probably
I
Google
definitely
that in
would
the
have liked to watch
background.
it. Sorry, what did you say? I missed that.
I said I'll probably Google that in the background.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's get on to episode 6. So you guys already watched it last stream, but I didn't. But yeah, the RV trope is definitely a fun one for zombie apocalypse. I mean, it makes sense. It's a house on wheels.
Yeah. Yeah, Walking Dead, Dawn of
Hmm.
the Dead, I think. Yeah, a couple movies and shows have used it.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's the most practical way to live in a zombie apocalypse. Like a mobile house is perfect for that.
well,
Yeah,
especially in the
yeah.
early time, because there's probably a point where it's better to settle down in a zombie apocalypse. But I think being more mobile is probably a better option for the first while,
Well,
at
you
least.
can settle down with RVs too. Like you can make an RV
Yeah,
like
exactly.
RV. What are they called? They have names for them. RV park, trailer park. You can make a trailer park, and then if a zombie horde arrives, everyone just gets in their cars and leaves.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of benefits because yeah, it's a good like base that you could pick up and drive away with if you need to.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, if a zombie apocalypse ever happened in real life, I would try to find an RV for sure.
My plan is just to die.
I would shoot
That's funny you
myself.
mentioned
I
that
would shoot myself.
because when we get to the
Yeah.
the later episodes, I want to talk about the different like viewpoints on the on zombie apocalypse because we get an additional one to the two we already have. But Rangi would be a fourth
Yeah.
category. Just end it. I'm done.
It's a case of luck. Look, even if I survive, it's nowhere going. It's not going to be anywhere near as good as the life in a modern first world country. You
Yeah, but
know,
you never worked for an exploitative company. Apparently, the zombie apocalypse is better than that.
it's interesting too because it's interesting because seems Japan is particularly hit hard by it, which makes sense. Like they don't have guns, like I feel
Yeah.
like if
Gum or
you're in a
guns?
yeah, if you're in a state like Texas and the zombie apocalypse
Okay, you
happens, I
said
feel like
guns.
you're fine,
Yeah, I
you
didn't know which
know?
one he said either.
Yeah, because I thought you
Oh,
said
I
gum
said
at first. I'm like, he probably meant
I,
guns.
I said guns, yeah.
Yeah, it's not
But yeah.
Singapore.
Oh, there we go. Goal achieved.
What?
Monkey where?
Monkey where?
Sorry,
Devin, I love
sorry.
you. I
All
love
right,
you. We're
Where
okay.
monkey? Where
End
monkey?
of the stream, we're shooting the monkey. You have
Look,
to
Oh,
wait
wrong
till the
day.
end. You have to wait till the
Iron, I
end.
promise we won't shoot you. However, I do have to ask you to look at the flowers.
What?
I need to ask you to think of the rabbits, George.
I know that reference, but I've yet
Look
to
at the
see it or
flowers,
read it.
Iron.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, episode 8 is yeah, they so it's interesting too because you get Kensho and Akira decide like because we get basically the power is out and they're out of water now because like the pumps aren't working, and
Oh,
so
so
they're
it's
kind of just
basically Lulu.
Wait, what?
He said they're out of water. You don't have water.
Oh, damn. No,
no,
okay.
he has
Yeah, I'm in
water.
the desert.
All he has to do is turn on the tap. He just won't because he's a weirdo.
Okay, can we talk about the episode?
All right, you can get back to it, right? I just had to make that joke.
Yeah, no, I had to double down on the joke. But yeah,
So you're saying,
yeah, no, but yeah, the water pumps aren't working, like, which makes sense. Like, infrastructure is gonna stop because all the people maintaining it are probably dead
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much
or
everything
gone.
but the Hoover Dam would shut down. Like the Hoover Dam could go like 2 to 3 years without human intervention.
Damn,
Yeah.
Damn, why don't we? Why don't we set up everything like that?
Well, it's like state of the art, I'm pretty sure, right? And then it's also because of the water, the way it works, right? Like the natural landscape is how they power everything. So it's like you just don't have that like infrastructure along like a massive waterway everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the thing too. Just in general, this is always a thing with this isn't this a zombie trope? The like, oh, stay out of cities, sort of
Well, I
like.
Yeah,
mean,
it
I guess it's a
is.
trope. It just makes sense, right? If there's more people, it means there's gonna be more zombies. So cities would have the most zombies.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then kind of Walking Dead has that thing where like eventually the zombies in the cities like start wandering outside of them, and that's
Yeah, because
where
they
more
eat
stuff
everyone in
comes.
the city, so they move on to find
Yeah.
food.
Oh yeah, or at least something in the distance from
Like,
the city like causes a
all
noise.
all of the
Yeah.
towns in The Walking Dead are basically in the middle of the woods.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But yeah, uh and it's interesting because they're like, oh, we should probably get out of here. It's not even like oh, it's too dangerous. There's too many zombies. It's like,
Well,
you know
first they
what?
go watch shopping, right? They get the gold watches.
Yes, they're watch shopping and they're fucking around. I love
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Right, bro. It's funny too because this kind of is a point that does establish sort of the importance of what is their name, Shizuka, in the team
Mhm.
because she is the one who's going to drive like the most like, no, we need to do this,
Oh, well, it's funny you use the word drive because she can't do that.
Yeah, because she's a
Well,
woman.
oh, that
Well, that
I
too,
mean,
but
that too.
her
Oh.
specifically.
Oh,
Where's
wait,
the
yeah,
that?
no, wait. She was never taught to drive, right?
Yeah, she never learned how to drive, but good
Yeah,
No,
job,
okay,
Lulu.
sorry.
Women
I
are
was
bad
gonna
at
say,
driving. Stereotypes
I
are
look,
real.
That's my bad.
I
That's my bad.
Iron, I'm disappointed in you. You went for the
What? He
woman
made
joke,
the
but
joke.
no. Wait. Let me explain.
Uh,
Yeah, you went for the woman joke, but you forgot she's also Asian.
Oh yes, Asian woman, double jeopardy.
Double whammy. She got two nerfs.
Did The Office make that joke already?
Yeah, probably.
Like it's like, oh, you're a bad. It's like the second episode, right? Diversity Day, or like Pam's like,
Yeah.
according to untrue stereotypes, you're a bad driver, and the word was Asian. He's like, fuck, am I a woman?
Am I a woman?
Dwight made that show.
Oh, that's funny. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's funny because it's like Akira and Kensho, independently of Shizuka, decide like an RV is like the correct thing to go because they're just like, oh, it'd be really cool to like hang out in an
Yeah,
RV. And while
they
she's
want to
like,
get an
it
RV
makes
because they
no
want
sense.
one, and she wants to get one because she needs one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically. And it's interesting because the beginning of the episode is where they kind of address the whole getting her on the team, so to speak. Because the
Yeah.
last episode, she just kind of left because she was like, "Oh no, there's no benefit to me like traveling with you guys. I'd probably get killed because you guys are idiots." And this one, it's like, well, why should I travel with you? Well, do you know how to drive?
She and then you see her face like as she comes to the realization that like she doesn't know how to, and like the her risk assessment's like, well, yeah, it would actually be safer with them, and then she like panics because she doesn't want to do it, but she realizes she has to.
Well, it's
Yeah.
funny too because you get the impression that there is a degree of her that would love to like hang out with these guys, but it's also
Yeah,
like
because she does like them. It's just that she's still
they,
in like a need mode versus want mode. Like we haven't gotten to the point where she allows
yeah,
herself to
yeah,
want
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Which the yep that and you guys, I assume you guys both watched. You guys did the subhuman thing of watching the dub still.
Yep.
I don't
Huh?
forgive that, but you know what?
We watched it in English. The weeb watched it in Japanese.
Ah. Bruh.
You know, just make it. You know, it's just funny that the book supremacist refuses to read subtitles. That's all.
Dude, I've watched anime in sub before. I just prefer dub.
Yeah.
It's like it's able
Uh,
to I can like get more invested in other stuff because like I'm like while I'm reading the sub, I'm missing out on all the like the visual stuff because my attention's on the little words.
Yeah. And this
that's
show
that's
specifically
killer
is
too.
like 50%
There's so much
visual.
visual
Yeah.
like I mean more so than some of the other
That's
animes I've
fair.
seen.
No,
Like,
well,
the visual spectacle is a lot more meaningful.
I think
Yeah.
because I'm used to subtitles, it's easy for me. But this is something a lot of anime fans forget. It's when you're not used to like reading the subtitles and like speed reading them. Uh, yeah, it does track people's attention, which is another reason that I can forgive people who watch dubs, even though I still think the sub is better usually.
Womp womp.
Womp womp. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, you guys aren't entirely subhuman. We'll allow you to live. You just won't have the
We're
same life.
we're subhuman, yet you're the one who's the sub. So aren't you subhuman? You're a
Wait,
subhuman.
what do you mean? You're not even
You're
human.
But
a Oh my god.
I'll be here all week. Thank you.
Yeah, you're not even human though. So you don't get
Yeah.
to call other
Hey,
people.
monkeys are people too. All right.
No, they aren't.
We were at one point.
Racism 101.
No, actually, you might eventually become one. You heard
Yeah,
that?
I
Yeah,
might eventually.
enough
Well, I can't because then
evolution.
I'd be copyrighted. I can't lose the drill part.
True.
Oh
But
yeah,
yeah,
true.
anyway, yeah. So it makes entire sense. So then you get them like deciding uh what vehicle to take, and this is
So,
another one
Rangi,
of
would
those
you
moments.
would you
Oh,
agree that the main theme of the show is need versus want?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
need
would.
versus it's need. Well, it's not necessarily need versus want because it's not like they ignore needs, but
No, I mean
in my
Shizuka is her whole character is the need character, right? Like I mean, even
yeah,
in this scene, like they're geeking out over which would be the coolest RV to drive, and she's like concerned with what's the most efficient, what's the one they need to take, and then she realizes she wants one that's not very need efficient. So like it's like the
yeah,
internal struggle of need versus want, and like it's kind of like the different philosophies of what you need and versus what you want in life, and they explore
I,
that in every episode.
I think it's a major theme. I wouldn't say it's the main theme because I think that there's a couple main themes.
Well, yeah, there's definitely other themes, but I think this might be the most important one. In my opinion,
This
it is.
this is at least the most one of the most important one when it comes to Shizuka's character
Well, yeah,
specifically.
for sure, her. But I'm just saying the show in general because we'll get to it in episode 10, but that theme gets explored in an interesting way.
Yeah, it's interesting too because a lot of zombie stuff pokes at this, but then they never want to commit. It always annoys me because yeah, there's a massive difference between surviving and living,
Hmm.
Yeah.
and a lot of them just poke at it and like, "Ah, but you're just doing you're just surviving while we're trying to make things better for everyone on alive too." And it's like
Eh.
no, well you could expand on that.
Yeah, this show is definitely taking that theme and really playing with it, right? Because it's in every zombie apocalypse or just about every zombie apocalypse story. I mean, Lulu, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's
Mm.
pretty omnipresent in that
I,
genre, but in this one, it definitely explores it the most.
Um
I,
yes.
Yeah, like I mean,
at least all long-term zombie survival things. Like
Yeah.
maybe like a like zombie film that's like an hour and a half doesn't have the time to like touch on it. But
I
like
mean, it probably like there's like at least a moment of a conversation like that. Usually for like any zombie medium, it's such an easy layup. I feel like it's hard to actually not do it. Know what I mean? It's like such an integral
Yeah.
theme that's like I feel like it's like it could be weird to not have it at all, even if you don't want to necessarily explore it that much.
yeah, at least it comes in like a minor thing for most things I can think of.
And there's usually like a side character or something that like it's like I don't want to go with you guys. My place is here or some kind of thing.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
yes, needs versus wants, and yeah, that definitely touched on here with the whole like RVs. And then it's funny because before they can like rectify that issue of the her ideal one versus the most like optimal one.
Efficient one, yeah. The zombies show up and they just have to pick a random one that's neither their need nor their want.
But it
Yeah.
seems like it seems like it's also a decent middle ground sort of point, you
Well,
know?
yeah, I think it is, but I
It's
think that
just
like
your yeah,
it wasn't
just
intentional, but it was like the
generic.
show kind of be like, well, here's something that works for everyone. You know what I mean? But it just happened
Yeah.
by chance. They literally picked the closest one.
Yeah, they picked the closest one that seemed like it wasn't gonna get them killed. Because there were some that were obviously like, uh,
The
that
one
one,
the tent on it.
yeah, that one's, I don't think you could pay me to go with that one in a
Yeah, you
zombie.
drive it through a forest and it gets like snagged on like a tree.
Yeah, but basically they kind of grabbed like what seemed to be kind of the generic RV.
Yeah, it's your like
Yeah.
basic bitch RV that like will get the job done. It's like the one that looks
Yeah.
like every RV movie ever. Speaking of that, have you guys ever seen RV with Robin Williams? That's a great movie.
Yeah, which by the way is not a bad setup. Like, yeah, RVs are pretty cozy.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. Have you ever been in
Uh,
an RV?
yeah, I have an aunt who,
Been in
so
a
I have an aunt
camper,
who,
I guess.
mm,
Yeah, that's an
I have
RV essentially. It's just
Okay.
basically the only difference between a camper and RV is an RV
Not
can
a
drive
not
itself and a camper needs to be tugged by a
yeah,
truck.
it's like a
a,
trailer, yeah.
Yeah.
I have an aunt who owns like so they own a property by a lake, but then they have a RV set up in an RV camp so that whenever the family gets together on that lake, which is like every what like basically a yearly event, uh, you could put some people up in the RV, some people up in the cabin, and then some people up in either a hotel or they can like set up in a tent.
Mhm.
But yeah, uh it's a like when it comes to RVs, generally they get the not only do they get the job done, they're usually not too bad. Like it's especially better than a tent.
Well,
But yeah,
yeah.
they get on the road, and actually, I think this is one of the weirder things is that the lack of because you get like a line kind of addressing it like, oh, people didn't have the time to you know f- flee before the zombie apocalypse. That's why the road is so clear. And I'm like, but wouldn't it just have the normal like morning rush hour traffic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that was kind of weird, especially when you're talking about Tokyo. Tokyo is pretty
Oh, it's the
big
most congested city
city.
on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's kind of convoluted that the even if it's the road out of Tokyo, I feel like even that's gonna be super busy. You know?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, realistically, there would have been cars everywhere just abandoned. That's like, I mean, that's The Walking Dead does that all the time. Like
Yeah.
just on the highway, just like abandoned cars. And I think it's one of my bigger criticism of the show is like every single driving scene, there's no other cars in the road, like driving or otherwise. Like I think
Mhm.
it's a little unrealistic,
Yeah.
especially
Well,
how closely after the apocalypse started the show takes place. Like it's only been a couple weeks, yet there's no abandoned cars or like um just other people on the road who would be there.
yeah, and with Rom 100, the way it's kind of framed, because this is the more Train to Busan zombie apocalypse rather than like
Yeah.
walking. But it's not basically when you get bitten, it's general. It generally seems to be usually of within a few minutes, and we get confirmation of that at least to an extent in actually
Well,
in the
that
last
no, I
episode.
mean the what's it called? The episode 4, that was definitely hours that guy was bit and didn't turn. So there's
That
definitely
that
an
that's a weird
inconsistency.
thing. Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing. It's one of those things that's kind of
Well, because they wanted
I
to
think
play with a different genre, but in order to
yeah,
do so, they had to break their previously and future established infection rules. Because
yeah,
that's really the only time in the whole anime. Because we don't know how long they were on the bus. That's really the only time in the whole anime where it's clear that they're like changing the timeline of how long it takes to turn.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, then again, though, a lot of people seem to have turned like within like say so. But anyway, yeah. So they're driving on the highway, and then I believe then they're having the conversation about what to do and where to
What
go.
caused it and how to fix it,
Yeah.
right?
What yeah,
The
what caused it, how to fix it, and I think they also broadly talk about where they're going, which is
his
Gunma.
hometown.
Yeah. Yeah, Gunma province, but it's specifically Akira's hometown.
Tokyo's best kept secret or whatever he said. He kept
Japan's
saying it.
best kept secret is the way he says it.
Yeah.
In which I don't know a lot about specific provinces Japan, believe it or
I
not.
know nothing outside of Tokyo, so
I don't know
I
anything.
know Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Tokyo, that is it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
I mean, how can you not? They're
You
not here
probably helped
anymore.
build the bomb, the fuck the bomb. You
Yeah,
were
I
Oppenheimer's
was,
accomplice.
yeah,
But so
I was alive in
one
the
of
40s. I'm actually, like, 100 years old.
Yeah,
yeah, so I guess
That's why I
survival
don't know anything
monkey.
about technology.
one
Yeah,
of
true,
the
true.
notable things about Gunma province is that Gunma is one of only I believe it's 8 landlocked prefectures within Japan. But
Oh, yeah.
Akira, we get info about Akira's hometown later, so I think we can cover that later. But
Yeah,
yeah,
so where we are at in the show is they get hit by the tire spikes.
Yep.
yeah, they get hit by the tire spikes, and we have Kencho on the bike outside, and we have the group in the RV, and
He's too
Kencho
pretty
gets
to wear a
fucked up.
helmet.
Bro, he can barely wear a shirt.
Or pants.
But yeah, and to be fair, he does seem to have very well defined abs. I guess if I look if I was
Bruh.
that fit, I probably would want to show it off every chance I get to. I'm just saying.
Fair
Fair
enough.
enough, yeah.
But yeah,
So, yeah, so he gets in a bad accident because he was too pretty to wear a helmet, and then guess who shows
well,
up? Bro?
he gets fucked up in general over his body. It's not like he just took a head injury,
Well,
but
no, because he wasn't wearing any clothes. He's half naked. If you should wear like pants and a motorcycle jacket and a helmet. He was
I,
wearing none of that.
I was gonna say also just in general
Yeah,
motorcycle
actually, no,
accidents,
there is
even with those are pretty nasty.
legitimate reason as to why bikers wear leather. It's because if they crash, then their skin is
Yeah,
protected.
leather is
Yeah.
literally armor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, motorcycle accidents are pretty nasty in
Oh
general,
yeah, of course.
and
Like
Yeah.
suddenly having like the tires of the motorcycle pop like that's gonna
At
just
full
that
speed, yeah,
yeah
he got fucked up.
he was
Yeah.
whizzing down that highway.
Yeah.
yep. Uh, but yeah, so that happens, and then we meet a character from before the apocalypse.
Yeah, you guys
Surprise,
hinted at
surprise.
this when I was in talking about episode 2 about like he was behind all his work trauma was behind him, and they're like, well, it comes back and it comes
Yeah.
back in
Yeah,
full
it, li-
force.
it literally
Yeah.
comes back because there's the boss with his
Yeah.
little baseball team of I guess lackeys here. It's literally
Rangi,
Akira's boss.
I had because I don't remember whether or not they mentioned in episode one. Does he ever mention being on a baseball team? Because that'd be a cool little setup.
Uh, I don't think he does,
I
but
I
Just like a little throwaway line like that would be cool.
no, well, this is a thing in Japan. A lot of Japanese companies have their own like corporate teams of employees.
Oh,
It
I
is
thought that
a
was just like
norm.
is like okay. He
Yeah,
didn't really
it's a
recognize
normal
any of
thing.
the other baseball players.
I took it as a um reference as to he's basically become Negan, but that might be a stretch, and that might just be me.
Ah, but that I can believe that the idea is possible, but I
I mean,
feel
there's
like
Because
probably like some homage to it, but I feel like it's more
oh,
likely just
definitely
like
they are
Rangi was saying.
definitely aware.
the way I took it is that the boss, I don't fucking remember his name.
Hanzo.
His team is a baseball team. He has a baseball bat, and he's pretending to be nice, and he's like quote unquote saving people by like stealing from people, and
Yeah,
like
but the
taking
difference is,
people as workers. That's like
Well,
literally
he
exactly
is
what Negan does.
yeah,
So
but
he's
Negan's cool.
using
This guy's a pussy.
true, yeah,
this
Negan
guy
actually
not only
fights people, yeah.
Yeah.
well, this guy he is using the skills he's honed during life to and applying them. Yeah, oh
Well, he's
look,
Yeah.
good at
that,
controlling zombies. We found that out in episode one.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, so he like so you get him. They ask him like, "Why are you doing this?" With the road spikes and everything, and his his response is actually great. At least in the sub, it's like, "Oh, we're just trying to protect our friends
Yeah, they say the same thing in
from
dub.
Yeah.
horrible, from horrible looters." But you know what? Tendo, I still like you. So, how about this? You come work for us for like a day, and we'll
2 days.
treat you and yeah, 2 days. We'll treat you, your friend, and replace those tires. Oh, you better hurry though, Tendo. The zombies are coming out.
And then he starts having a panic attack because like he literally has literal
Yeah,
PTSD from his job.
that's what I wrote down. Has a
Yeah,
panic
yeah.
attack. Yeah.
Well, this is an interesting thing too because anyone who's dealt with like anyone who's dealt with like an abusive person in their life, uh, you do fall into habits with those people, if you know what I mean. Like, that's kind of like somebody who's a manipulator and who will like abuse you and take advantage of you in the way the boss guy does. Uh, because I knew somebody like that and I had to cut him out of my life entirely. But it was
That's
a
smart.
friend. Well, it was
I mean, like
after
I don't like
stole
burning
like
bridges, but like sometimes they leave you no choice.
it was also after he kind of manipulated me to give him a bunch of money, and then he never paid me back.
Oof, that
And then
Hey,
he
sucks.
was asking,
can I
he
borrow
was
some money,
asking me
Rangi?
for
It's only
more.
$20.
No, I don't loan money to people anymore.
Damn, okay.
For
But
me, it
yeah,
depends on the amount of money too. Like I know someone from college who owes me like $70, and I'm never seeing that money.
yeah, it's like I'm talking like $500.
Oh,
Okay, that's a little worse.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What do they need for 500 fucking
Ba
dollars?
A PlayStation
basically,
5.
no. Basically, it was a like, oh yeah, my girlfriend just lost her job. The story he gave me was his girlfriend lost his job. They needed some help covering the rent, and I was like, okay, sure. This is the homie. I can loan him the cash. He never paid me back, and then I learned later through the grapevine he didn't even have a girlfriend at the time.
Oof.
Damn.
Rough. That's rough.
Or rather, he and his girlfriend had broken up like 2 weeks before he asked me for money.
Uh, that stinks.
Yeah, and he can't. I was willing to even let it go because I was like, okay, well, it's just money. We're still friendly.
Oh,
I'm sure he'll.
You did the thing
I'm
where
sure he'll
you
pay
tried to
me back eventually. Yeah, you rationalize it.
you
Which
gaslight
is,
yourself. Yeah, I
yeah,
know
you
exactly what you
rationalize it
mean.
because
Yeah.
yeah, you don't want to believe this person is actually a piece of shit. But he
Yeah.
never paid me back. Uh, he then asked me for more money, and then I brought up the other money. He's like, "No, I paid you back." And
Yeah,
like
so
I was
it's
like,
kinda
"Oh,
it's similar to how Gonzo is, like, two-faced, right? Like, he's, like, shitting all
Yeah.
over Tendo, and then, like, when the other workers come in, he's like, "Oh, I made
yes,
this beer cold just for you." Like, how easily they switch between the
yeah,
Yeah.
personalities.
that well, he does that even to Tendo specifically, where he will like he breaks him down, and then he'll like, oh, but you know, Tendo, I've always liked you. I've always believed in your ability. That's why I think you need to
Oh my
stay
god.
here. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
and then,
does
like,
that
Akira,
later.
while he's,
Yeah.
like, completely broken, he just agrees. Tendo's like, "Okay, I'll stay here," while he's, like, completely
Oh,
defeated. He
we're
basically
getting ahead of ourselves because we
Well,
haven't gone through this section.
yeah, that's that yeah,
he
we're
had no
jumping an episode.
choice. He had no choice.
Yeah, in this case, it's
Alright,
literally he has no choice. His choices are because he's
yeah.
got the one friend down. The vehicle is destroyed. He can't go forward because they're blocking the road ahead, and the road behind is all the zombies that probably heard heard all this noise already.
Well, yeah, they
So
mentioned that
Yeah.
the crash is gonna draw the
yeah,
zombies, so, like,
yeah, and
Yeah.
so Suzuka also. What I love is Suzuka's onto this guy's shit immediately.
oh, yeah, she has a bullshit detector.
Mhm.
But
So
yeah, but
she catches it immediately, but, like, Akira is both physically and mentally trapped right now, so he
yeah,
has no choice on
but
a spiritual or a reality level.
yeah, and it's funny because, like I said with the gaslighting, remember this happened in episode 1 too, with him gaslighting himself into thinking the company wasn't as bad and his situation wasn't as bad.
Did you
That happened.
notice, his posture immediately changed upon meeting the boss? Like, he goes back
It
into his, like,
definitely did.
zombie slump.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's a good
it's
detail.
funny his entire demeanor changes, but it doesn't go completely back. Uh, th-
It
because yeah,
fluctuates back and forth.
yeah, it fluctuates back and forth, and it's the worst when he's being like actively berated by the boss.
Well, basically, whenever he's directly next to Gonzo, he's like in episode one form, and then when he's not with Gonzo, he kind of is somewhat back to his normal self, and he keeps ping ponging back in between quasi episode one and quasi episode five.
But yeah, so Akira accepts like going with them because well, he doesn't. They don't really have a choice as much as it's framed by Gonzo as a choice. It's clearly not. Like they, th- the choice is basically yeah, work for us.
Join or
Or,
die.
yeah, join or not.
Yeah.
Join or the zombies are gonna get you. We're not gonna help save you basically. And it's interesting because they have like you get to see their operation, and it's like this truck stop where what seems to be is like they're loading up goods from the city, then driving back,
Oh,
driving them back into the truck stop. So they have a
one thing we
pretty good stockpile of goods.
One thing we did skip over, I was looking through my notes, is they look at this before they leave the rooftop base that they were on the first 5 episodes. They see the night sky all lit up without the light pollution, and like remarking on how beautiful it is. Like that's like a pretty cool like positive, right? Like we saw that during COVID, right? Like when everything was
Yeah.
like shut down, like the waterways in Venice like had dolphins in it and stuff. Like there's always like
Yeah.
positives when like
Well,
disasters like that happen.
Yeah.
you remember the nature is healing meme.
Yeah, and
It still
Endgame, right?
persists to
Yeah.
this day. Well, no. It just in general, the nature is healing meme that happened in COVID. We still see it to this day, where it's like it'll be like I think I saw recently it was somebody saying uh Linkin Park has returned to Dragon Ball Z edit videos. Nature is
Are they the guys who did like, "Look at this graph"? Is that them?
Oh my
I
god.
think it might have. But yeah,
I like that movie.
yeah.
That's Nickelback, but okay.
Whatever, same shit.
Uh,
No, it's
look,
not.
I
What? What? Okay, whatever.
Irrelevant people.
Fuck you,
They had
buddy.
their chance.
Oh my god, guys.
What?
The YouTube ad I just got was an ad for AdBlock.
What?
Yeah,
Becoming self-aware.
this is really funny.
So
I'll
did you
drop
guys
it in the Discord, but yeah, I got an ad for AdBlock on YouTube.
that's funny. Did you guys recognize Gonzo's voice actor? Because I did,
No.
and I looked him up. He's been in a lot of stuff. I mean, it's like especially for dubs, like the subs too. Like they share a lot of voice actors. So this is for the dub. The guy who did Gonzo was also Metal Knight from One Punch Man, Carcass from JoJo Part One, Toby Rama from Naruto, King Swain from Vinland Saga, Dreyfus from Seven Deadly Sins, Dagon from Jujutsu Kaisen, and Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball.
Is this for the English
Damn.
voice actor?
Yeah, the English voice actor for Gonzo, the boss.
I wouldn't know about that. I haven't seen it in English.
Have you seen
But
any of
that's
those shows,
cool.
Lulu?
I've seen most of those.
Well, no, I know. I asked Lulu because he watched them dub.
None of them.
We'll change that eventually.
Okay.
Very, very slowly.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get to see their like operation, and you also see all these like other civilians also being basically exploited. They're having to do like all this manual labor. And
Yeah,
it's like a
it's like
wide variety.
episode 1 again with the corporate slaves.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
just more, but it's like more explicit. It's actual manual labor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the visual imagery of Akira like marching alongside the zombies, like being worked like a dog, and like he was back in his like slavery chains, like mental chains, and they're physically chained, and like
Oh,
basically there was no difference between him and the actual zombies was like peak imagery.
oh, you also
Yeah.
get all the like dialogue from Gonzo about how he is he's a corporate asset
Oh yeah, he's
basically.
that's great too. I like imagery a bit better because you have to read into it a bit more, whereas like the dialogue is kind of telling you like show
But yeah,
versus tell or
it's interesting because
yep.
Shizuka, all of this does seem to really bug Shizuka. She seems to know immediately like what's going on and completely
Well,
puts
because
together it because
Gonzo is
we know
basically
why.
to Kira what her dad was to her.
Yeah, I was gonna say we learn why. I believe we learn why in episode
Episode
7,
7.
but these
Yeah.
two episodes go together.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, her bullshit detector is immediately on like high. But you
Yeah.
get like I think the next major thing is you get Tendo putting like the beers in the fridge for everybody. Try and chill them after he finds the beers in the truck.
Yeah.
And you get the boss finds him and he's like, "Did I tell you to do that?"
Bruh.
It's funny too because this is where really when you get how manipulative he is because he's berating Akira for it, and Akira can't stand up for himself because he's so used to being at this guy's beck and call.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
slips into old habits, even though he went through all that transformative stuff the last 2
Uh,
episodes. Like it was just like slipping on an old glove. He just went right back into being
uh,
submissive to this asshole.
the, this is why when you have abusive people in your life and manipulative people in your life, the only thing you can really do unless they're willing to change, if they aren't willing to change, you just have to cut them out because you're
Mhm.
going to slip into old habits. You're going to cut them some slack because you like them and they're going to take advantage of you. Uh,
Mhm.
but yeah, when it comes to it, it's so interesting too how quickly he swaps because he's like berating him, and then like the other guys are like, "Oh, beer, boss, did you? What? Are you chilling this? Is that for us?" And this guy's like, "Yeah, yeah." It's funny. You get his expression. It's like, "Fuck, yes, of course it's for you guys."
Yeah, he
I
immediately
thought you
switches on
were
a dime.
I thought you were working really hard, so I intend to start chilling these for you.
Yeah. Takes all the credit.
Well, yeah. Well, it's funny because of how like this is
Speaking of beer,
obviously
I'm gonna go
like
grab another one.
this
Base.
is obviously like a corporate, shitter line or ladder climber. He's somebody
Yeah.
who can play. He is like the worst boss you can have. The guy who takes all the credit for everything, and
Yeah.
like it just expects you to kiss up to him
Yep.
at every opportunity, and then he has unrealistic expectations for you, and we got that too in the first episode because remember you had like him yelling at Kira for like contradictory things, like he was yelling at Kira like, "Oh, why are you going to me about every little thing?" And then you get the other scene where it's like, why are you going off alone? You should to be talking to me about this stuff."
Yeah.
He the whole point is he establishes his dominance over Akira, and all this time you also get the fact that he is very clearly manipulating Akira back into that subservient sort of position.
Mm-hmm.
And you get the rant about how Akira is just equipment, and the most he can expect to get is a cold beer and whatever
Yeah.
later on. But
Yeah, he like goes off on him and tells him like you're like all your worth is just being a slave basically. Like you're just a
yeah,
zombie.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting too because with Shizuka, you get him trying to do the same with Shizuka. Uh, Immediately, he's like, "Oh, why don't you serve me my beer?" Basically, and he's being a creep.
Yeah.
But it's funny because she's very much just. You could tell she's just like, I'll go along with it until it's time to leave, and then we're getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Like, fuck this guy.
What
I
part
don't
are
want
we on?
anything to do. The beer when they're serving the beer and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I was just talking about Shizuka and how he tries to do the same thing he's doing to Akira actively to her, and she's just like, "I'm gonna play along with this until we're leaving because, well, we still need the tires and the medical treatment." But
Mm-hmm.
she does. Even then, she's very much just doing the bare minimum. She's just like, uh, you get the distinct impression of like she's just like, "Fuck this guy. I don't want to have anything to do with him ever."
Yeah.
She recognizes it, and this kind of goes on. Is there anything else major that happens in this episode that's not covered by just all of
Um
this?
I think it pretty much ends with Kensho and the girl like noticing Akira like
Ah,
is not himself and they like get
yeah.
really worried for him.
Yeah, and
Um
it's funny because Kensho's like, "Well, it's only for a few days," and she's just like, "I hope so." She knows.
she
She
knows, yeah.
recognizes. Yeah, she recognizes that basically that if if everything is left as is, Akira will just fall back into that meek, submissive employee that's just doing this. I think this is really where it shows how her developments happened with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the from the second episode would not have done that. Would have just been like, okay, well, we leave Akira then. That's it.
Yeah.
But she's gotten enough exposure and a lot of humanizing moments between then and now that it's easy to buy that she's actively bugged. And yeah, the episode ends, and the next episode starts with us getting her actual backstory.
Yeah, which is
Uh,
really sad actually.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because in some ways it's kind of a standard backstory. In a lot of ways, it's a backstory I've seen many times. I don't know about
Yeah,
you.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
overly
True.
tragic backstory. I mean, like they really went with all the stops. Like that poor
It was a
puppy.
little over dramatic, but
Well, it's interesting because in some ways it's overdramatic, but it's other ways it's kind of subdued. It's not like
it,
her dad is just like yeah, no, I'm doing this evil thing that's gonna affect many people. No, the thing that seems to really snap with her and her view of her dad was the dog.
But yeah, I
yeah.
mean, putting down a dog because it's like a distraction is like kind of cold. I mean, not
That's
kind
It
of, it's
is.
fucking
very cold.
dude. He murdered that dog. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Dude,
but
it's literally like I was about to say he's not your stereotypical like evil anime dad, but like he kind of is.
He
Like it's
is.
like he's
Yeah.
just
he's
not
your
in the way you usually
stereotypical.
see.
Yeah, he's your stereotypical, but a lot of these have it be where it's like, oh yeah, he's just screwing over a bunch of people. No, that's not what that's. I think this actually had a better impact because it's just one thing that's very personal to her. You know,
Rangi, have you seen JoJo?
I haven't. That's one of those anime I need to get to because
Dude,
I'm sure
it's my
people.
favorite anime, and like one thing that's noticeable about it is that like in the first season, like because like each season has a different protagonist. I'm sure you knew that, right?
Yeah, I know about JoJo. It's one of those things where I know that once I get into it, it's gonna be a massive time sink because I'm going to want to watch the whole thing. So
Oh
I've
yeah,
been
dude,
putting it
I
off.
couldn't stop.
It's
But
it's the same as Gundam for me.
but why the
Yeah,
reason I
oh,
brought
I've
up
heard of that.
JoJo is because the
Yep.
reason I brought up JoJo is because like the dad is actually like fucking awesome. Like it's like not your like not standard where like the dad is not only not like a douchebag or evil, but he's like actually like a really stand up like good dad. And, like it's like oh wow, this is like actually unique.
Yeah, but yeah, you guys keep talking about the episode. I'm gonna just step away for a minute to take my dog out. Speaking of
Okay.
dogs.
Oh damn, that was the site. Hopefully your dog didn't hear that past conversation. But well, it's funny though that I speak of that because like this show also has like a great father figure, which is for the main character, not for Shizuka.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Like you get
it's
that
funny. I was using
dual out
JoJo as an
duality.
example when this show is literally an example of the exception of when you do have like a good father figure. Or
Yeah.
sorry, a good father, because anime actually has a lot of good father figures. It's just always like your found father figure, right? It's usually like a sage mentor, or like something like that, or like an older person they befriend. But like in this show, like it actually has the dad be a good dad, which is pretty fucking rare for anime. A
Yeah.
lot of these manga writers have daddy issues, and it shows.
Clearly, yeah.
But where were we? I kind of lost track.
Um they killed the dog. Um
Oh yeah, we're at the beginning. So
so
yeah. And then you
basically
find out her dream, she wants to be a doctor, and he's like, "Ha, poor."
yeah.
So what are you saying?
Um I don't remember. I think I was gonna make a joke about her becoming John Wick because her dog died, but I don't know.
Well, I
um
mean,
I really
she
like the song that they use in this episode and a couple episodes down the line. It's like a
mhm,
song they use for flashbacks
mhm,
or like people or like the characters talking about their like pasts. And it's like this very like choir like orchestra song.
mhm,
I don't know how to describe it, but it's very like angelic, like on purpose. And I wrote in
mhm.
my notes, it sounds like something from Cult of the Lamb, which I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but that's a video game. And they have like
No, I haven't.
very similar music where it's like very like choir esque. Um and it was just like a really like it's such a small minuscule detail, but music for me is always like what I look out for, and it just like makes the scene like it is the icing on the cake. It makes the scene like more beautiful, I guess. Um
Oh yeah, the music
I'll,
choices in this show are
yeah.
very well done.
I'll have to find the specific song in the original soundtrack because I was looking for it earlier and only found the intro and outro. Didn't find any of
Mhm.
the actual music. So I'll try
Yeah,
again though.
I mean, careful how much you play. I mean, you're
No,
pretty
no,
much an
off
expert
stream,
in getting
off
copyright
stream.
claimed.
Yeah, I meant off stream. That would be funny
Not
though.
again, Lulu. God damn
Yeah, I start playing the intro, then the stream just deletes itself.
it. Yeah, YouTube's like you lost streaming privileges.
um.
So what happens next?
I was gonna say the Japanese corporation responsible for the anime actively sends a hitman to your house.
Yeah.
I don't remember that part of the show.
Oh no, that's just what happens if he plays the
In real life. Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
get
yeah,
shot.
Well, I'm apparently getting shot. You guys already agreed to do that.
Yeah, at the end of the stream, buddy. Just you wait.
yeah, you're
Anyways,
getting harambe.
This is my last stream.
yeah, wasn't he shot? Wasn't he shot?
He was, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
But yeah, so you get her background, which is so her dad was like a self-made, very impressive investment guy, from what I
Yeah.
understand. And basically he actively raised her with the point of successing him.
Yeah.
She
Mhm.
wanted to be a doctor as a child, but basically what you said, like, that's for the poorest.
Did you
Yeah,
either
he
of
was
you
like,
guys watch
if the
Game of
job you
Thrones?
want won't make you a millionaire, then you're not gonna do that job. That was
Yeah.
kind of his
It,
mindset. Yeah.
oh, yeah,
So I
yeah.
was getting Tywin Lannister vibes from the dad. Like he only
Oh,
cares about his
Yeah.
severely.
Yeah.
Severely Tywin vibe from him. Basically, though, yeah, because he's kind of
Wait,
almost
who?
like dictating and
Tywin Lannister. Did you watch Game of
from
Thrones
Game.
or read the books?
No.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right,
Sorry.
that's forget
But
Mistborn, Rangi. I'm gonna have him read all those
Shit.
books. It'll take us 4 years, but we'll do it. Maybe Wins a Winner
okay.
will actually be out by then. God damn it.
Yeah.
No, it's never coming out. What do you mean?
Yeah, you're right. I'm
Oh, is
I'm
is
gonna
that the
just
one he's
cry
currently
myself to sleep
writing?
tonight. Yeah, he's been writing it for 14 years. The bastard.
14?
The fat
14?
lazy- Yeah, the fat lazy bastard.
You
14
know,
years, one damn book.
I-
Still
I
haven't
think-
finished.
What is this
I think
tangent Iron is going on? He's
Dude,
I
very
think
I could do a
passionate
whole
about
stream
this.
ranting about this. It's my
You're
favorite
very
book series.
passionate.
Oh, I
I
am.
take
But we should
umbrance
get
with
back to
this
it before I derail it
insinuation.
further.
I said I take umbrance with this insinuation that he's been writing during that 14 years. At least not writing this book.
He admits when he's writing. He's been writing like every other year. That's why it's been taking so long.
One
Well, yeah.
page a year.
No, one line a year. Come on.
Yeah. Well, no, because then he deletes stuff because he's unsatisfied with it, and he changes his mind and stuff, and he just goes back. Like he might have actually written negative pages this year. Like I swear to God.
Probably.
That's crazy.
But yeah, back off the book tangent, because we might cover a book one day, but that day is not today.
No. But I
Yeah.
do gotta grab my burger, so I'll be right back.
Oh, you're grabbing Burger. Why are you eating our
Yeah, I'm
friend?
gonna invite him on the stream and then bully him for being a furry.
And then eat them.
Yes.
He is in fact a furry.
He was in the stream earlier in the chat, so I wonder if he's still watching.
Oh, was he in the chat? I didn't see him.
I saw him comment.
Shit, I must have.
I did
Is it
not.
maybe because
I did not say that.
Oh wait, maybe I'm. Okay, I
No, a
made
guy
that.
named R.A. commented.
Yeah, no, I know he commented, but dude, I literally just gaslit myself. I swore I saw Burger
I
comment.
gaslit myself. Yeah, fair enough.
RA's profile picture is very similar to Burger. It does
Except for
look very
his is a
similar.
monkey and Burger's is a burger.
Yeah.
Burger isn't even a burger. That's the funny thing.
All right, I'm gonna go get my burger. I'm getting delirious from being hungry.
But yeah, we'll continue on then. I think because otherwise we're gonna be here for the rest of the night. I mean,
Yeah,
we already are.
probably.
We're like an hour and a half in, and we haven't finished the second episode.
All right, so a zombie bursts out of one of the cargo
Wait,
trucks.
we're skipping a lot there. Come on.
Are we? Are
Well,
is there
what
even
we get
anything worth
through.
talking
Well,
before this?
I think we get through the backstory of Shizuka. We see very clearly how she is, but
Yeah, we did.
you have the rant. Yeah, you have the rant. The rant to Akira when Akira says like he's thinking about just staying here
Oh,
after.
right. He's
Yeah.
like, I think I'm gonna stay. You guys leave without me. And she's like, oh, hell nah. And then
Yeah.
goes on
Well,
that
she's
rant.
not even
Yeah.
like, hell no. She's like, okay, fine, you can stay. We're gonna leave. But then she goes on the rant, and she rants about it a lot, and then she also presents to him the list again. Because the list is like the major. I feel like the list represents a lot to Akira, which is why you kind of get it when it's like thrown to the ground, and he protects it.
Yeah.
Like the list kind of represents Akira's free will. I think that's
True.
the easiest
Yeah.
way to say it. Yeah, because she goes on a rant about like need. Why are you now suddenly thinking about just what you need, and what about what you want? I know what he wants. He wants to dominate your free will. He wants to control you. That's what he
Yeah.
wants. Are you really going to give it to him? Basically, that's kind of the rant, the essence of the rant. But I think the rant was really good. That's why I want to like highlight
Yeah.
it.
I didn't have that in my notes, and I don't know why. So that's my bad.
Yeah, but and then I think in the previous episode you got the zombie getting into the car, and then the two guys that were out scavenging, I guess, were talking about it, but they didn't notice the guy. He got packed into the car, and yeah, they this truck arrives. Well, Akira first, basically says, "Yeah, I'm quitting," to the boss. Gonzo, he stands up to him finally, and it's funny too because he's so polite about it.
Yeah.
Dude, the Japanese are just like way too polite. It's like the second time he's like talking to a horrible boss. The first time was a zombie, but like both times he's like, "Thank you for like the life experience." I'm like,
I
you
agree.
don't need to be thanking these horrible people.
I mean, I agree. They are too
Japanese
polite.
people in anime are what people think Canadians are in real life.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Japanese people, even in real life, are very they're very, at least formally, polite. And
I don't.
I have a good example. Wait, I have a good
I don't know.
example for why for how they're too polite. Are either of you familiar with somebody named Johnny Somali?
Oh yeah, that the whole
No.
scenario. Also, Lulu hates Japanese people confirmed.
I
No,
mean, we
no, no,
already
no, no.
knew
Wait, wait,
that.
wait, wait, wait,
We
wait.
already knew
uh,
that.
yeah,
Okay,
fair enough, I
Johnny
guess.
Somali is essentially he's a kick streamer who goes to other countries and be super annoying
Oh my
and like
god. Was he that
nuisance.
guy on that like subway train committing like hate crimes and like
Yes, that's
vlogging
him. I think
himself doing it?
yeah, that's him.
Bro blogged himself doing hate crimes in Japan. Yeah, 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 yeah.
He
Yeah.
he also played like on a speaker like porn and stuff like that.
Oh my
On
god.
like
That's obnoxious.
well, he did a lot of other stuff. He would basically when things finally caught up to him with Japan let him off easy by I think they temporarily banned him from the country, but only they lightened his sentence because he apologized. And then once he was out of the country and in Thailand, he immediately said the same shit that he said and about Japan and got busted for while when he was in Thailand and started talking about like shit about the Japanese and took back the apology and all this
Oh
stuff.
my god.
He's recently been fucked over in Korea, thankfully. Basically, a bunch of Korean streamers chased him down, and one of them beat the
What?
shit out of him in front of the
What?
cops.
They jumped his ass.
They unironically did jump his.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because he was doing the same type of shit in Korea. But yeah,
Bro.
the Japanese
Yeah.
are too polite in that sense. Like, there's an extent where you just have to tell people "fuck
It
you," you
it
know.
seems like Japan is very divided in a sense that half of them half of Japan is like really nice and loves foreigners, and then the other half is just like straight up like not racist but borderline
Oh,
racist.
well,
So
there's a lot of deep cultural stuff that comes in.
yeah,
You know that
because
there
there's
was
like
literally,
isn't
yeah, there
there a
was
whole
literally,
thing where like a lot of businesses have like a rule whether they're like foreigners allowed or foreigners like not allowed, like that's like a thing.
uh, I'd have to look into it, but it wouldn't surprise me. So
Oh,
a lot of Japan's had major periods where they just full on did not allow foreigners into the country at all.
damn, okay, I figured. Yeah.
Like there's full on periods where it would literally be like uh there's this European, like, if a European, actually this will probably come up in other shows I'll have you watch, so it's better to explain this then. But basically there's been periods where full on being a foreigner was illegal.
Yeah.
Unless you
Yeah.
were Dutch. I'm not even kidding. They allowed the
Uh,
Dutch.
Oh really? Why is that?
Mhm.
even then they
The Dutch were the sole exception.
yeah
They actually made it a
even the,
law that if you were a foreigner and not Dutch during one of the time periods, that you were not allowed in, but the
Was that
Dutch could
like
come in.
after World War II or
It
some
was
shit? Or
Dude, no,
no,
no, way
this is
before. It was
oh,
you know when the
you're
British East
talking
India Company and like the Dutch East or whatever the
oh
Dutch equivalent was. It was
yeah.
during the colonial era. So we're talking like 1600s ish.
Yeah, I was about to say
I'm
it's okay.
a little rusty on my history. I used to be more. Yeah, I do remember learning that the Dutch were exempt from the ban, the foreigner ban.
Interesting.
there were some period, but they even then they had like heavy restrictions on them within the country.
Uh,
Because and a lot of that was because they didn't want their population seeing a random European walking around and being like, "Oh my god, a foreigner."
Yeah.
For what I understand, but yeah, uh,
They they
a lot
probably
of like,
saw what Europe did to America and they're like, nah, we're good.
nah, that's not it.
Oh, okay.
They discovered Japan before America.
Yeah. It's funny actually. When we Americans sailed over there, we basically forced them to trade with us.
Eh,
It's really funny. But yeah. Anyway, off Japanese history. Yeah. Where were we? Yeah, the zombie in the truck, because Akira defends the notebook and then like kind of formally tells the boss like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We're we're not out, but I'm not. I don't think I'm going to work for you anymore." And it's funny because I feel like him being polite to the boss about it annoys him more than
yeah,
if he
yeah, it was
just
like in
said
his
to fuck
face,
off.
like being nice. Yeah.
That's a very Japanese thing to do, where they're
Yeah.
very polite to your face, even if they think you're a scumbag.
Yeah, that does make it worse, which is funny in the scene, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, and then yeah, a truck happens to arrive. The guy opens and it's like, "Oh yeah, we got a lot of good stuff," and then the zombie jumps out and bites him.
Yeah.
And from there, because of that, you get like people panic, uh, rush around. I can't remember exactly how, but somehow the zombies that were being used for manual labor get broken free. I think somebody drove into it. That was it. Because
Yeah.
the guy who was driving panics because he doesn't want to fucking die.
Yeah, he like
So
drives off, right? Or something.
yeah. He drives into like the thing with all the zombies.
Yeah, he breaks the chains off because he like crashes into them.
Yeah, so he makes the situation a hell of a lot worse.
Panic begets panic and all that.
Yeah.
And then so yeah, then a bunch of the people die, and then everyone's panicking, and then Akira like kind of it's already fully back into his previous self, and he takes control of the situation. He leads the people to follow one of his crazy plans, and then it works because his crazy harebrained schemes
Yeah,
always work. And then
yeah.
roast
His
zombie.
plan is well. His plan isn't a lot of zombie stuff. Have the zombies smart enough to know that they can like crawl under something. This universe, the zombies don't seem to be that smart.
Yeah, they're definitely they're not as immobile as some other zombie shows, but they're definitely like just kind of it's pretty easy to take them out. Like they don't like adapt to any situation. They don't recognize stimuli other than like food or not food.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, they basically use trucks to box them in, and then they
Mhm.
blow up the food truck to kill all the zombies.
And then everyone just leaves Gonzo, which I thought was a better fitting end than him getting eaten. Like him being
That's what I
abandoned by all the people. Yeah.
that's what I
Yeah,
put. I would say in a typical zombie movie or show, he would have been eaten and you're like, "Oh, karma." But in this version, what they do is they, Akira saves him,
yeah,
and then everyone tells him, fuck you to his face, which is worse than being eaten alive, at least to him. So it makes it more satisfying. Yeah.
well, especially when you have a character like this where his whole thing is dominating others and like
Yeah.
sort of putting them in a place beneath him and
Mm.
And then the
kind of
resolution to that
boasting.
arc is everyone standing up to him, and now he's got
Yeah,
no one to put down to make
not only
himself feel
that,
better.
they also
Yep.
say like, "Hey, we took all this stuff in, so we're just gonna take it out with us, okay?"
Yeah, so they literally leave him with like nothing but the clothes on his back, essentially.
I'm
True.
sure he still has a lot of like foods that was stocked and like pulled out already and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but like you know what I mean. They basically leave him the high and dry.
yeah, he's kind of left there, and that's the funny thing. It's like we don't know what happens to him in the end, but it could be he ends up becoming a better person because of this, or it could be he doubles down and because still is horrible, but now he has no power, he has no friends, he's kind of all alone in the apocalypse.
Yeah,
So
he'll
he has
definitely have to reevaluate his lifestyle after it's failed once
yeah.
for external
He,
reasons and twice for internal reasons.
yeah, he has there is a chance of redemption for Gonzo, but
Gonzo. Yeah,
yeah,
because
that's
he's
the
even
end of
as
the
as much
episode.
as a prick as he is, I wouldn't say he's evil. He's just a
I I
douchebag.
wouldn't I wouldn't say he deserves to die. However, I think
No,
he gets what he deserves, which is
he
to
got what
be
he fucking
abandoned.
deserved.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
yeah, he's abandoned by everyone and kind of left
yeah, high and
alone.
dry. Because like I said, I don't think he did anything bad enough to deserve getting like eaten.
Yeah,
Right? Like,
it,
yeah,
it,
sure, he
it,
was a horrible boss, and he made people feel miserable about their lives. But like at the end of the day, they could always leave. Right? It's like he never like physically kept Akira in his job or in that environment. He just made him feel like he couldn't leave when the door was always open. And like Kensho and Shizuka tried to get him to leave, and Shizuka was successful where Kensho wasn't.
yeah. Well, it's interesting too because yeah, you have that right. Basically, he is not nearly as bad as a lot of So a lot of zombie media has like the kind of evil leader of a community. You know,
Hmm.
that's kind of what where he fits in, but he's so much less evil in some ways and so much more evil in others. Because yeah, he's manipulating and exploiting people. But he's not doing stuff like having like I don't know, zombie fucking gladiator matches or whatever,
Or
you
and he's
know?
not actually like killing anybody, right? Like he's just all he does is manipulate people. He makes people feel like they
Yeah.
can't leave and they need him, right? Whereas
Yeah.
reality is he needs them, and
In
that's why he
in a
starts
lot of
crying when everyone leaves because he needed them and
Yeah.
now he doesn't have them.
it, in a lot of ways, he feels more believable as that type of thing than the say the governor from The Walking Dead, which is I
Yeah,
think
I mean,
a
Okay.
good.
yeah, I would say he's more believable, but at the same time, like who knows what an apocalypse would actually do to people, right? Like some
Well, I
people would
think
just go feral.
I think that's kind of an unfair
Yeah, it's early.
like
It's earlier on in the
analogy
apocalypse,
because like
basically.
Walking Dead is a much more hardcore pessimistic take on zombie stuff, whereas this is the complete opposite and a tiny bit more family friendly. So I feel like that analogy doesn't totally work, but I understand what you're saying. Like I understand
Well,
what you mean.
they fall kind of into the same trope, even though
Yeah.
obviously,
Yeah.
yeah,
They're both the, dictator of the community that they force to exist. Yeah.
yeah, yep, basically. But yeah, Gonzo's left in the lurch, and I think yeah, it's much more satisfying seeing him that way than seeing him a zombie because I feel like them killing him
Yeah.
off would almost feel like a cop out. It'd be like, oh,
That
okay,
yeah,
well,
that's kind of what I was saying. Like basically, yeah.
yeah. But
Yeah.
now we move on to episode 8, where
Yeah.
we meet the final part of our team.
Mhm. Big booba woman. I mean Beatrix. Sorry. Sorry.
Football woman. Both are, yeah. So
I guess
yeah,
that's one way to describe it. Not the German samurai, the big boob
Yeah.
woman.
well, then look, this is the character in the show I most identify with because I too am a weeb. I'm glad to get some weeb representation.
Yeah. Yeah, she is a textbook definition of weeb. Yeah.
No, she is literally a weeaboo.
Yeah.
She's somebody who fell in love with Japanese culture to the point of wanting to live it, even though, uh, 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 and I actually think she's kind of the most underserved character in the narrative.
I
She doesn't
But
agree.
get
yeah,
nearly.
I mean, she's one of the four main characters, but she's not even in half the show. Because I think
Yeah.
she was gonna get explored more in a second season, just never happened.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
it
agree.
feels like. Well, it feels like even if they didn't do it in the second season, I feel like they could have added more exploration of her character in this episode because the second half of this episode is just mostly the fan service.
Yeah, it's the obligatory hot springs episode that like
Yeah.
9 out of 10 anime have. It's like
I
To
it's like
be
put
fair,
it's so mean to this point that like some animes like Black Clover will be like, here's your obligatory hot springs episode. Like they'll put it in text.
that's that's funny actually. I
uh,
put
but
this like this episode and the next episode really remind me of Z Nation because Z Nation's a road trip zombie show, and it's more of a comedy. So, yeah, very much got that vibe.
Yeah, I mean this whole show, I mean, it has a lot of serious moments, but I would say it's more so a comedy than not.
Yeah,
Like there's just too many like gags and like funny moments for it to not be classified as a comedy. And then even the dark moments are really never that dark. I mean, episode 4 is as dark as it gets.
oh yeah,
yeah,
definitely. Yeah. The show clearly wants to. It clearly wants to not go into the stereotypical zombie mood of just being nihilistic. In fact, I would actually say, given the finale, I'd say almost it's specifically anti-nihilistic, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I agree. Like I said, the only episode that plays with the nihilistic theme is episode 4. And even then, there's optimistic moments throughout, even the ending. And that's still it's the most nihilistic episode, but even then it's
Huh?
pales in comparison to how nihilistic zombie shows typically are, at least from my experience. I mean, Lulu, you're the zombie expert here.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
well, apocalypse shows in general tend to be very nihilistic, not just zombies.
Well, yeah, but
yeah,
yeah. I mean, I
Oh,
there's a bunch of different apocalypse genres. Zombies is just the most popular subsection of the apocalypse genre.
yeah,
yeah,
There's
but
I feel like there's a little bit more you can do with it because it's like it's so familiar to people, right? You don't have to build it up as much. People know what to expect from a zombie apocalypse. You can kind of like get hit from the ground go, right? Where if you do something like an alien invasion apocalypse, you kind of have to build up the alien lore and stuff like that. Whereas zombies is like,
yeah.
oh, they're zombies. Like we know what zombies
The
are.
rules are already established.
Hmm. And like I mean, I guess some I don't know of any, but I'm sure some play around with the rules like a lot, right? Because everyone's slightly different, but like I
yeah,
can't think of any where the rules are very different.
yeah, but yeah, I think
The only
we go.
one I would
Oh,
say, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no, it's fine. Finish your thought.
the most like zombie movie is I Am Legend. Like people are so like, oh, it's a vampire movie. Oh, it's this. When it like it is a zombie movie. It factually is a zombie movie, but the zombies are so wildly different from any other previous zombies.
Mhm.
That people argue about it, and I think that's why I like the movie because it's a unique take on zombies that people are convinced aren't even zombies. So yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, so anyway, the
Oh, I
episode.
guess. Well, sorry to sorry, we're just keep cutting Rangi off. Before I forget, I guess Warm Blooded would probably be a different one, whereas like the zombies become like self aware again.
I'm vaguely
I have
aware of
not
that. And
seen that.
I don't
that
remember it being
that might be an
particularly
interest.
good. It
That might
wasn't
be an
particularly
interesting to
good.
cover. But I don't think it's particularly good. Yeah.
No, it's not a particularly good movie, but it was interesting. Whereas like the zombies basically became pseudo humans again because they fell in love. So they were still zombies, but they like regained their humanity in their zombie form. It was what it's called warm
Hmm.
blooded because like the life kind of got brought back into them. And then there was like a difference between like the humanized zombies and the non-humanized zombies, and like they behave differently. And like they started there was like a human faction that like didn't like the human zombies or something.
Yeah, Z Nation tried to do that, and I didn't like it. I hated it. It was just dumb.
Oh, they
Does
did
it?
that too, where the zombies
Yeah,
like regained their humanity a bit.
yeah. They
There's
did a
a
thing
Korean show that does
where,
that.
oh, sorry.
There's a Korean show that does it. I think it's All of Us Are
All
Dead.
of Us Are Dead. Yeah.
I guess it was more popular than
Uh,
I thought.
well, I've only seen it like three or so times.
And then
It's not like
VHS
a
guy,
common
I
trope.
remembered, Lulu, you remember that one video he did in that zombie movie where with the collars?
I don't. Wait, who?
VHS guy.
He did a movie. Or he did a video on what movie?
It's a zombie movie where they have like collars and stuff, and then like uh she starts like
Oh, right. It's like the little girl that has this zombie as a pet. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and then
yeah.
at the end he kind of regains his humanity a bit too.
Yeah.
I have seen Japanese stuff where zombies are like just basically people, but they eat people. You know, there
Mhm.
is some
Yeah.
Japanese stuff where it is like that with anime. That's why when you talk about zombie stuff, uh, there's a ton of like major zombie anime.
Now that I
I
think
guess
about it,
Yeah.
it actually is more common because we just named all those examples, and then Marvel
Huh.
Zombies did it too. So it's just like, okay,
Yeah.
it's actually its own trope. Now that I think about
it,
it,
Yeah, it
so
is one
trope.
of the more uncommon tropes, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's out there.
sure, but it's we just named like 5 examples, so it definitely happens
Yeah.
enough for it to be a trope.
Well,
Yeah.
we named five examples, but we named like what we named warm blooded. I said there's some anime. I know there's some anime that does it. Actually, it might have been a manga, but and, but that one. But this is the thing. Any given idea is going to have already been done. I don't believe in
Mhm.
originality when it comes to storytelling.
Yeah, your quote is you just gotta hide your sources.
Yeah,
Hmm?
originality is about hiding your sources. That's a good friend of mine always says that quote, and I actually do believe it. Uh, Even if you think an idea is original, it's probably been done before at this point
Well,
somewhere.
To
and
some
then we get into like
extent. Yeah.
well, then you get to the really like next level is like any thought you have is subconsciously affected by existing stimuli. But then there
Yeah.
really is no original thought because everything, at least on a subconscious level, was derived from something else. So then, if you get that technical, nothing's original.
Eh, Unless
Damn,
you're me,
smoke
in
some
which case
more iron. Holy shit.
unless you're me, in which case everything is original because we just are going to erase everything else from history.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rangi is. I was gonna make a Helen Keller joke, but you're just stalling.
No, no, I'm better than Stalin. Uh,
Is that me?
Stalin.
Who's is that me? I, I think I'm the one getting pinged.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any pings.
Yeah. Um.
What?
But yeah, we should probably go back to the episode.
Yeah,
Just
we've
because
gone on long enough
luckily,
tangents.
Yes.
luckily, this is going to be one of the shorter episodes, I think, to cover. Because
Yeah,
most of
my notes
my
are
thoughts on the.
non-existent for this one.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
I
it's
was
the
thinking,
fan service episode. It's what it is.
oh, that it's kind of that, but it's also Beatrix's introduction episode. And I think it's the first episode where we get like a whole team operating together. So there's that.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I wish Beatrix got a lot more time, but yeah, going into like her actual event, so you get the main characters are driving down the road. There's like a destroy, seemingly a truck that's like been run off the road. Zombies clearly are trying to get into it, which gives the impression somebody might be in there alive.
Hmm.
And so,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Akira feels the need to get involved, and he does put on the suit.
It's the only other episode other than the episodes introduced. We get to see him in the suit.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually a shame that the suit is not like come up at all in episode 12.
I don't think there was a thematic way to
Yeah.
include it. Like
Well,
no, I mean, it's like the way that those events came about. There really was no time nor thematic need for him to put the suit on. I'm
true
sure they
because
would have put it more
the
in
village
season
was a
2 if there
pretty
was one.
secured. Yeah, the village was a pretty secured area already. But yeah, yeah, you get like Akira getting ready to like engage with the zombies, and then oh wow, somebody comes out and they're in like full samurai armor. They completely wreck these zombies. Like uh Beatrix is really good. You can tell she's obviously practiced this stuff. She's not just a weeb, you know? Like she
Yeah. Like
probably has
she
like
had off-screen training. Yeah.
and
But
you can believe she signed up for that training because based off her character. Like it makes entire sense for her character.
one of my favorite parts of this episode is during the reveal. They all have different like their headspaces at different places. Like Kensho's like, "Oh my god, it's a foreigner," and then uh, Tendo's like, "Oh my god, it's a girl," and then she's like, "I don't even." And then Shizuke's like, "I don't even know where to start." It's like she's just overwhelmed by all of it.
Yeah.
Shizuke's just like, what the
It's
fuck?
a woman?
Shizuke as the most grounded person is just like, the fuck is happening? But yeah, yeah. Basically, she completely rolls Zabu. She is probably, I guess. Are you guys familiar with the trope of the 5-man band?
Huh?
No,
It's technically a trope. It's like you
like a
have
boy band.
no. The 5-man band is kind of a trope for like basically it's kind of your general party setup. So you've got the leader, the lancer, which is usually the leader's rival, which I don't think this one has. This group has necessarily.
They
The
don't.
smart guy,
Yeah.
Yeah, the smart guy, the big guy, or in this case, I think that's what Beatrix is the
Yeah.
basically she's the one who,
She's
yeah,
the muscle.
Yeah.
you have the muscle, the brains, the best the rival and the leader, and then you usually have like the comedy
Relief,
relief.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Comedic relief.
which is
Yeah.
Kencho. But
yeah.
yeah, I mean the role of the Lancer would be the guy we get introduced to in episode 10, technically.
Which I actually think he probably. I think it would have been interesting if he survived, but
Yeah,
we'll
we'll
get
get to
to that
that.
when we get to that.
What was I gonna say? Because when you said a five-man band, that's like what they did. I know I
uh,
always do this, but
there's
they
different
do it in
variants.
South Park. um,
Yeah,
so they're what?
Bro can't go one stream without mentioning South
No,
Park.
nope. There's an episode where Cartman has a drink because one of the running gags, especially in like early mid South Park, is Cartman wants to make like $1 million or 10 millions. He wants to make like a certain amount of money. I forget it's a million or 10 million, and he gets like all these different schemes on how he's gonna do that. And the one episode it comes to him in a dream, he's gonna make a boy band, and they call it Finger Bang, which is it's
Oh
funny.
my
But
god.
and so him and his three friends they make a boy band, but then like they're like, well, we need a fifth member. He's like, well, what do you mean? He's like, all boy bands have five members, and then they recruit Wendy. He's like, oh my god, I can't believe we're like recruiting a chick. God damn it!
that's
Yeah,
Wait, is
technically
that
one
the
of
episode where um the black kid he's like, you're black. Of course you know
no,
how to play bass.
no, that's when he forms a Christian rock band. So he
Ah.
formed a boy band in one episode to make $10 million, and then he made a Christian rock band in a different episode to make $10 million.
Why do you have
So
so much knowledge on like the lore of South Park?
as I've seen every
why
episode like four times, and I'm on my fifth watch through.
Bro,
I was
why?
gonna say I
Why?
was gonna say I know
South
people
Park is
on there.
probably what I'm most knowledgeable on, other than maybe like Song of Ice and Fire. Those are like
I
probably
mean,
one and two, and then Batman's probably up there as well.
look, I can't
Okay.
shame you because I know people that are on their fourth watch through of One Piece.
Oh, bro, boo.
Wait,
That's
what?
even worse than South Park. One Piece,
Oh.
like probably the
Wait, isn't that like
only
1,000 episodes or some
Oh,
shit?
yeah.
it's like 2,000. I think it's like 2,000 episodes.
No, it's not. It's like 890 or like 900.
No, it's over 1,000. I'm pretty confident
Mm-mm.
One Piece is over 1,000. Let me actually
No,
Google what's current
it's like it's in the 900s. I'm almost positive.
Piece
So,
episode.
like, at that point, does the show just become slop content?
There's
No, it's just so much
1,000.
filler.
There's 1,100 episodes according to Google's
Jesus fucking
Oh yeah, that's
according
right.
to the AI thing.
I remember that they were like approaching 1,000. I just haven't paid attention in a while, so yeah, that makes sense why they passed it.
Yeah,
A few years ago they were at like 900 something.
1,122 according to One Piece fandom wiki.
They still probably have less than The Simpsons, honestly.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah.
Simpsons has had what like 40, 20 episode seasons, something like that.
Yeah, but
And then again, that's only
anyway,
800.
let's get back on track.
Oh yeah, we've given so many tangents, so many
That's
tangents.
That's normal to stream this long.
Yeah, that
anyway,
stream's gonna be like 10 hours, but that's fine.
I mean, not really. I mean, well, then again, we're only on episode 8, and we've been doing it for like an hour and a half.
RA is right. Yeah, that's about right. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the correct number actually. But yeah,
What?
that would be the number of minutes for a full watch through of One Piece.
Hour and a half?
No, 2,500 806 minutes according to.
Oh, I didn't see the comment. Okay.
Yeah.
Wrong monkey.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
see that
yeah.
either.
I mean, you all looked the same to me, so.
Whoa.
Wow,
First we got Lulu making racist Japanese comments. Now we got Rangi. I don't even know what to say, Rangi.
It's okay. We
I'm
can get
keeping my
away
eye
with
on
it
you.
because you're an actual physical like animal monkey. So if we imply that we're being racist, then YouTube legally can't do anything because you are in fact a literal monkey. So get fucked,
Yeah.
YouTube.
Get your damn dirty
Look,
hands off me, you stinking
I
human.
I forged your signature to give myself the pass.
What?
Fine.
What?
I've got the pass to be racist to monkeys. Come on.
What?
What are you? What are you?
What are you talking about?
What are you, Frieza?
Anyway, yes, I am.
Rangi's literally Frieza. Stupid monkey.
But anyway, where did we leave off? Actually, now I've lost track.
Or
I don't know.
they just reacted to her being a German woman in a
Yeah,
samurai
yeah.
suit.
No, yeah.
woman.
Basically, you get the reveal of who she is, and
Yeah.
she's a weeb. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. That's the simplest.
It's Rangi's spirit animal.
Yeah.
It is. It's my basically, yeah. So she is a German girl who fell in love with Japanese culture, and you get actually her backstory, which is she's worked up to this point to be able to afford to like come to Japan and move there. And the day she landed was the day of the apocalypse. The day of that the zombies appeared.
Yeah, that's
Which
bad
Right.
timing.
Yeah.
yeah,
Which
that
is
feels
unfortunate because the Germans are notoriously good at timing. So
bad. Damn.
God damn it.
What are you saying? That the trains needed to run more on time?
yeah, it's the
Or rather,
Germans
the
are
plane.
awesome
I
here
guess
for a
it's the
reason.
planes in this case, but you know.
Yeah, but
But yeah. Basically, she arrived, and then the apocalypse happened. The but she's very in love and very passionate about Japanese culture. She really
she
loves
calls
it.
it by its actual name, right? Like what Japan calls
Nippon.
her country.
Yeah,
What?
Nippon. Nippon.
Nipu? Nipa?
Nippon.
Nippon? Nippon.
Nippon. Nippon.
Okay, just a funny sounding name. I'm, I'm just gonna
Fuck
call it
you.
Japan.
You're laughing made me laugh, okay.
Okay, I'm surrounded by third graders here. All right.
He
Hey,
said beep
hey,
beep.
hey! I'm like 4 beers deep. Okay, everything's starting to get funny at this point.
Only four beers, and you've already turned into a
Rookie
third grader.
numbers.
That sounds
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
That sounds weak. You're not even drinking proper liquor.
yeah. Because beer's better. Fuck liquor.
The words of a pussy.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, if I'm gonna drink liquor, I'm like gonna sit down and like enjoy it. Like taking shots is lame. Like give me a glass of like whiskey or bourbon, and I'm gonna get a nice cigar, just enjoy it.
I mean, to be fair, I do also enjoy like a proper glass of wine.
Yeah, that's good too. It's just I hate shots because it tastes
I,
nasty.
I yeah,
You're
I
just
don't
doing
drink
it to get
shots.
drunk. Shots are the worst. Like just like I said, give me a nice cigar lounge. Get a nice cigar, not Cubans, because fuck, we can't have Cuban cigars in America. Whoa, everyone gets them anyway. And then you get a nice non-contraband cigar, get your glass of bourbon or whiskey, and just enjoy the vibes.
You never
Sure.
strike me as a cigar enjoyer, Iron.
Oh, I love
You
cigars.
really are old. Shit.
Yeah,
I smoke an occasional
Bro got
cigar.
that grandpa energy.
yeah. I was born at the ripe age of 65.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I enjoy a cigar from time to time, but I don't smoke that much.
All
But
right, so
I do drink wine pretty often.
getting back to the episode because goddamn,
Yeah.
it's like the fifth tangent this episode.
Well,
Uh,
this episode is very much, I think, the least substance in an episode, probably.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it
the show.
is. We're taking longer on it because we keep going on tangents. Like we got through episode 6 and 7 rather quickly in comparison. We're still at the
Yeah,
very beginning of this
but
episode.
yeah, basically, so we learned that basically, Beatrix,
She's a
the
foreigner weeb,
yeah,
and
she's a
she wants to do
German
an
that
errand to get
she's
sushi.
yeah, she's a German who fell in love with Japanese culture, and she's on an errand to get sushi from what she describes as uh the last sushi chef in Japan.
Which I mean, it very well might be. We don't. Who knows?
It probably isn't, but
So,
it's at least the last she knows of.
exactly. Yeah. Although it's probably also the first one she's met, so the first one's also the last one.
Well, to be fair though, you say that, but you know this woman checked every fucking place in Tokyo for
Yeah,
sushi.
she's an autistic German weeb. That's like,
Yeah.
she
Yeah,
is dedicated.
think about how many zombies she's probably slaughtered on her quest for sushi.
Oh, speaking of which, why did Akira at least until the very end ever get a weapon like a baseball bat? Like there was plenty of those in 6 and 7. That would have been perfect for his like
That
Akira Ranger because like you probably wouldn't want something that could slice through the mesh he's wearing, but like a baseball bat would be perfect.
Yeah.
that is weird that he never bothered to get like a proper weapon.
Yeah, he's
But
like,
I guess
nah, I'm just gonna fist fight the zombies.
Like that's
yeah,
such an
I
ineffective
Punches
way to
them.
do it. Because like you're not actually killing them, you're just knocking them down. Like you know how much force it would take to like punch a zombie to death?
well,
Like
it's kind of
Yeah.
funny because he basically does get a weapon, but in the last part of the show,
yeah,
you
but
know.
he never does both. He either has a weapon or armor, where she has both, which is like
Well,
Yeah.
highly
have
effective.
you considered though that the DM didn't allow it?
That's funny.
Yeah, but
RA cigars are indeed base.
I like an occasional cigar. I don't
Oh
want to
my
smoke them all the time.
god. Tangent number
Oh yeah,
47.
bro. I was
Hey,
gonna say
wait.
I like
Should this
occasional
stream be? Wait,
cigar, but
wait. Hold on. No, before I forget the joke, should this stream be 100 tangents I want to have before we finish the Zom 100 stream?
yo,
Yeah.
yo,
Yes.
that you've given me the title. Put that in but actually put that in the Discord so I remember.
100 tangents I want to have before we finish the review. South Park will be making up 95 of those.
Yep.
Alternatively, you could have Psalm 100 tangents of the 10.
There you go.
That might be my title.
All
Tangents on
right,
the
where
dead,
were
yeah.
we? Oh yeah, so they do the sushi run. Zombies are there because of course they are. And then they
Yeah, they
do
seem to be
Fire
everywhere.
Plan 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Oh yeah,
That's the second time in a row they did back-to-back tropes of incinerating the zombies. Like we did the bite, hiding the bite back to back, and now we're doing the burning the zombies back to back, which I thought was
Yeah.
weird.
well, this is the thing though. I do think they did this fire plan better than the last fire plan because
Well, the
okay,
last one worked better. This one almost didn't work. They had to do Plan B.
that's true.
True.
But Plan B also ties into what Plan A was because you have them like splashing them with the stuff to make them burn better, and so it kind of justifies it working as well as it does. And then yeah, basically like they are trying to draw them into a big area and then burn them all up at once. But it doesn't necessarily work that well, and Akira has to like jump down and directly fight them. And then
Yeah, and then before
Beatrix,
doing that, he does his catchphrase of like, "I can't do this, then I'd rather be a zombie," which he says every single episode.
Yeah.
yeah, that is basically his catchphrase. But yeah, he jumps down. Beatrix does too, which it is good that basically Akira has somebody else who is able to be on the front lines because Beatrix has armor as well, you know.
Yeah, they're the two offensive. The other two are support.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ketro is basically like the distraction as well as
Yeah,
like
he
the
has one trick that he is used like every single episode. He gets naked, and distracts people with his nudeness.
Hey man, I mean, if it works.
well, he also suplexes somebody in the last like area
Yeah,
of the
we'll get to that.
battle.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, but
Um,
yeah, basically, yeah, you have them, and then you have Plan B, which is the it seems like Shizuka and Kencho relocate for Plan B, but it's essentially yeah, they light all the zombies on fire because there's too many zombies around where the sushi restaurant is. Because it seems like a lot have gathered over there.
well,
It's
it's a
like
city. Of course, there will be.
yeah, but so they have to set all these zombies on fire. And this is also the first time we get the team properly working together.
Yeah, and then you get Molotov cocktails for the win. That's like in any like Rockstar game. That's like one of my favorite weapons to use. The Molotov cocktail is just so much fun.
Oh
True.
yeah. It's super interesting because they do together well. Because like I said, they have a natural team comp. Because like if you set them up for a D&D campaign, like you have the bard with Kencho, you've got I assume uh I assume Shizuka would be the wizard, and then you've got like the
Why would
fighter
he
and
be the wizard? Oh, Shizuka. Yeah, Akira would be
yeah.
the brawl fighter, and then
No,
she
no,
would be
no, Beatrix is a fighter. Akira's a barbarian.
yeah, no, that's fair. That's
He
fair.
he resists piercing damage.
Yeah, so Akira would be barbarian, she be Beatrix be a fighter, Kensho's a bard, and you said Shizuke would be a wizard?
Yeah, Shizuka would be a wizard,
I was thinking
definitely.
artificer. She makes
Artificer
stuff.
could work too, yeah, but well, she doesn't like build stuff, but she
Oh,
does
yeah, she builds
improvise
like
stuff.
she built the contraption with like the pod and the flying drone.
But yeah, they also kind of invoke a lot of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which I don't know how aware either of you are about that, but that's
No.
another. Okay, that's another whole tangent. So it's
Yeah.
hard to explain the reference exactly. I'd just say familiarize yourself with the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, especially for covering anime. Gonna cover anime in the future. Uh,
Okay.
but
Well, I
it's
figured it
one
was
of the
important.
big.
They mentioned it a few times
Yeah,
explicitly.
basically it's one of the big like it's kind of like the Arthurian tales of the East. That's the easiest way to attribute it. It's like it's like dealing with Arthurian tales when it comes to like the East. It's this very it's this semi-mythical period of Chinese history. But but because there is a link to Chinese and Japanese history where the this is far back enough that before the Chinese and the Japanese fully hated each other, from what I understand. Maybe I'm wrong. But the basically a lot of Asian cultures have a united sort of interest in the Romance of the Third Kingdom era. Uh Oh, well, basically, are you familiar with the game Dynasty Warriors?
No.
No? Okay.
Mhm.
We'll just skip over this then.
Yeah, I was to
I,
say this is gonna basically just be you explaining a history lesson.
yeah. I feel
Moving
like I could
on.
probably find an anime that explains it better than I can.
So then after that they get the sushi. I thought an interesting line because like they all just rave over the sushi and how good it is. But the sushi chef said, where is it? Oh yeah, I wrote, dude was a little too dedicated to being a sushi chef. Man really skipped his daughter's wedding day and his wife's funeral to cook. Like that was, I thought a bit odd that he valued
Oh
cooking more than
no,
that.
this was clearly a theme, sort of.
Yeah,
I
you
got
putting work
the
over your
Yeah, well,
personal life. But I think the
eh,
difference is though here he actually liked his job and would have rather
yeah,
done that, whereas
well,
everyone
yeah,
else was forced to do their job over what they'd rather have done.
yeah. This is a guy who would pursued his passion, and he still has regrets. This is the interesting thing about all the different views on professions in the show.
Do you
I
think
think
he regretted it? It didn't sound like regret to me.
uh,
I mean, I could
he
have misread it.
he definitely had some regrets in that he probably does regret the fact that the at least the personal uh the personal effect of it, where it's like, oh yeah, he neglected his daughter's funeral and his wife's funeral and his daughter's wedding. He- but it's still like
Whoops.
this is his passion, and he's just happy to be able to do
Yeah.
this for people again. Because
Yeah, I guess I just didn't get at least in the dub, it didn't come across clearly like he was
well,
regretting it.
it felt more like these are the sacrifices I chose to make for this
Yeah.
passion of mine.
I think he acknowledged that there were sacrifices, but I think he was okay with it,
Yeah,
question mark?
he is
It
happy that
it
you can tell he probably wouldn't have made a different choice if he did it again, but he knows that these are things he would have wanted to engage in.
What are you saying, Lulu?
it I got the impression that it's like he made these sacrifices for his job that he loved, but he still kind of disliked his job because like his customers were like so ungrateful and he probably didn't like get treated that good, which is why I kind of assumed like he was like kind of had like a
That might be
happy
it.
he like cries tears of joy when all the characters say that the sushi is like the best they've ever had. And
Mm,
which reminded me of I don't know if you've ever seen it, but the horror movie The Menu, which like that's the whole theme of like chefs are
I haven't
like
seen it.
bullied and they like underappreciated and like a whole thing. Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of
That,
it's
that
been
is
on my
kind of
list.
yeah,
that
On
is
the
kind of
menu.
the
yeah.
I haven't seen the menu, but that is kind of the impression.
Thank you.
That
It's a
is
Thank
good
you, Lulu,
sort
for
movie.
of the
It's a
catching
good
impression
movie.
I got.
the Thanks for
That's
catching the
sort of the
pun.
impression I got. He's tearful because these people at the end of the world basically are like hyper appreciating his sushi. That he has sacrificed very personal situations in order to perfect his talent of
Yes,
making
yeah,
sushi.
that's what I got too.
Yeah.
And
Uh and then through that
that's all.
the other half of the episode is
The
it
hot
goes to the
springs.
hot springs.
Woo!
Yeah.
Hot springs episode.
Hot tub
Obligatory hot
sex.
springs
Yeah.
Let's
episode.
go.
Look, the anime company contract says we had to show titty, so we
We
showed the
drew them.
titty.
We might as well show them off.
But then they hid them because they're actually what is I know Japan has less strict nudity laws than the US does. So do they just
Well, the show's PG
Depends.
13
oblige?
though.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
even
was gonna say
like
depends.
Dragon Ball was like a kids show and there was nudity in that in Japan.
I
What?
believe the law.
Yeah,
Well,
original
okay,
Dragon Ball,
so
there's like full as nudity.
there is, but it's different. It's different depending on if you're showing it in a sexual situation or not in Japanese obscenity laws.
Would this be considered that though? It was pretty comedic.
Well, it's
Yeah.
comedic, but it's still somewhat playing to the yo, yeah, these guys really wanted to see those titties. And from what I understand, also, I believe the laws have changed since the 90s. So,
Had they gotten stricter from the 90s?
a little bit. So it's weird. Basically, in the 90s, from what I don't know if it's the 90s or before that, but they weren't able to depict actual sexual organs in any media penises. That's why actually tentacle porn exists because they couldn't
Okay, we
depict.
don't need to go down that route.
I think
I'm gonna nip that one right in the bed,
I
right in the
think
bud.
Tim's already got that covered with his history of hentai video.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
yeah,
directed to the
I
Kim Jong-un
was gonna
Productions
say,
channel for all your
I
The
was
degenerate
origins
I was
of
gonna
anime.
say
tentacle
that's
hentai porn come from blah 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 blah.
I was
Okay.
gonna say
I
basically I
I
can
I
sum it
wanted
up
to
in a
stop Rangi before he goes
PG-13.
down that
This is
tangent.
gonna be the most like viewed part of the stream. This right here,
Oh
the
god.
tentacle
It
porn.
probably is, and it's funny because it's something I don't really care about. I just know about because other weeps have told me about it.
Sure, buddy.
Anyway, I think
But
Bro
yeah,
was doing
man,
personal research on this
but
subject.
I think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
really funny that the everyone's reaction to the news. There's no hot water, right? The boys get all smug. It's like, come join us. You want to
Yeah.
enjoy the hot springs, don't you? And then Shizuka's like, no way. There's no way I'm going in. Then
Yeah, and Beatrix
Beatrix
is
is
like,
like,
yeah.
I'm not missing this chance. And then she's just like stripped naked, ready to jump in. And then they get
Well,
cocked out
no,
by zombies.
it's funny too because they're so bathing mixed baths is sort of a thing in Japan from what I understand.
Is it?
It
I thought it was pretty strict. There's a boys' bath and a girls' bath.
uh it so it's usually actually there's three. So there's a mixed, there's a boys, and there's a girls.
God, the mixed one sounds degenerate as hell.
Yeah.
From what I understand, the tradition because from I don't know a lot of the history about hot spring stuff. I haven't researched this. But
Beatrix
what I've
has.
heard, she probably would know because she does state, like, yeah, there is a long history of mixed bathing in Japan, which there is,
Oh yeah, she
and
does
a lot of
mention
it
that
comes
briefly,
down.
doesn't she?
Yeah, well, a lot of it comes down to the hot spring stuff because in the modern day you can make artificial hot springs, and from what I understand, that was a lot harder to do back in the day. That's why there's a
Oh
mixed
yeah, no, no
bathing
shit.
culture.
Everything was harder to do back in the day.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The mixed thing is probably the more traditional, so to speak, in that
Mm.
it was just a case of there's one
People
hot
going in
spring.
an actual hot spring.
Yeah, yeah. If there's one hot spring, we don't have a separate like bath for this. You know, that's probably what it was, if I had to guess. But like I said, I haven't researched a lot into this, and uh, I don't know. I've never felt inclined to. I feel like it would be weird to. It's one of
Oh,
those
but
things
you
that
felt
seems awkward to
inclined to
research.
research hentai or tentacle porn? Yeah, okay, buddy.
No,
Okay,
no.
buddy.
Somebody else felt inclined to research, and that video happened to show up in my YouTube feed.
Oh, yeah,
I
it
did.
happened to show there and you didn't search for it. Okay.
Yeah, just like just just like how you know. Actually, no, I'm not gonna make that joke. That's a bit
Oh my
spicy.
god.
What?
No,
Uh,
no, no. If if he's not gonna make it, it's got to be pretty bad because he's been pretty loose with some bad jokes already.
let's just say the monkey
Ah,
joke,
that, that,
but
that.
actual
Ah,
racist.
that. I'm trying to save you some face here, Rangy. You're just going right
I
ahead.
know. I was gonna joke. I was gonna joke that was
I was
your
gonna make the most
recommended.
racist joke of all time.
Exactly.
Do it.
Come on.
Do it. Do it.
Uh, I would, but I'm not on my channel, so.
Oh god.
What? So?
Anyway, anyway,
But
yeah,
yeah,
so then the zombies rise out of the hot springs, they all flee, they're all pissed off,
yeah,
especially
they're
the
all
girls
pissed
because they
off
didn't get to
because
get in.
they didn't get to get in, and they didn't get to enjoy
Mhm.
spring.
Yeah.
But then,
Um
after they have their crying session, Akira wakes up and stumbles upon the hot spring, which you already knew that, Shizuka was gonna be in it because she wasn't there when he woke up, and, like,
Yes,
where else
yeah,
would she
I
be?
noticed that. Yeah,
Yeah, and
I
then,
noticed
so he literally bumps into her butt while swimming.
yeah, as one does.
as one does, yeah.
Totally naturally.
And I love how
Yeah, he
they
just
had to
backflipped into that thing.
I love how they had to climb a whole ass mountain to get up there. Like they like don't even show it either. They just show them like
Well,
one
but
frame climbing and then
yeah,
I mean, they
are in this raised area also does help you kind of justify why there's no zombies up here. You know?
yeah, I mean, like,
yeah, too
I
steep.
think realistically there would have it's like pretty secluded. Oh
Well,
wait, before I go further into that, I mean, one, there could have been zombie animals because zombie
Yeah.
animals just
Well, there
randomly appear. I
is
feel like
next
that.
episode.
Yeah, well, no, my point is, I feel like they just arbitrarily choose when and when there's not zombie animals because realistically, there should be zombie animals everywhere. Because,
Yeah.
like, think about it, zombie rats would just basically make everything zombies. And then on top of that, can insects become zombies? Because then there's no chance anyone survives.
well,
Because imagine if
yeah.
every mosquito and spider could turn you into a zombie.
Oh,
It's game
Yeah.
over.
it's malaria on steroids.
Well, think about it. Like,
Malaria.
imagine never getting a bug bite for the rest of your life, or you die. Like, that's
Yeah.
impossible. So I you just got the like head canon because we never see them that insects are for some reason immune. Because if insects had the zombie virus, it's over because you just get
It's
a mosquito bite
over.
or spider bite and you're a zombie.
Yeah.
That's
That's
why I
why I
think
like in
a good way to do it is mammals because that's like a clear way to distinguish it. But then they had
that's
fish
what I
and
was gonna
stuff, so it's
say.
like,
Like 28 days later establishes that it was only birds. So
interesting. But
yeah.
birds and humans
Yeah.
because birds carry it, and it only affects humans.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Anyway, then we get the most meaningful part of this episode where she opens up to Akira, and then she talks about how like she hopes one day she can find someone like him, and then he literally does the meme like, "Wait, I'm someone like me," and then like they both freak out.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. And then the other two show up, and then they literally both
Jump in.
flash them. And which I thought
Yeah.
was funny is because they paired it so that Beatrix jumps naked in front of Akira, and then Kensho jumps naked in front of Shizuka, which was I thought was
Yeah.
funny.
Well, it seems to be their low key pairing, Kencho and Beatrix with each other, and then Akira and
Well,
Shizuka.
Akira and Shizuka is not low key at all. That's like a
Yeah.
heavy like
Oh
plot
yeah,
point with
no,
the show
it's
is that
very
they're
much being implied in this episode specifically. Like they
yeah.
full on share a moment in this episode.
Mhm.
But
Which I
just
think
kind
would
of
have gotten
far as I
developed
go.
in second season, which I'm actually really
Yeah.
bummed now we're
Because
not
I felt
getting
like
that 'cause,
that
like I've
was never
that was
that
something
was never
that could have
answered.
been that could have got explored more in a second season, and I think they probably would have eventually found the vaccine
Oh,
because that's probably
those two. Either way, it would be either that or because either
or
that
they
or they
do
just
what they
would have
do
ended
in
up together.
what's it called World War Z where they just give everyone cancer. That was the solution.
Yeah. Oh
It
my
was so
god.
fucking funny. Like
I hate
what?
that movie.
Just give
I hate that
everyone
movie.
cancer. So instead of we're all immune to zombies, but we're all gonna fucking die within the next 10.
Well, then that
Oh
means
yeah, yeah.
you better get continuing on the human species. You know what to do. Come on,
Well, but
get
then you
to
have
it.
to give those kids cancer because if you don't give the kids cancer, then they're gonna get eaten.
I don't think it
Right.
So
was
you literally
cancer, but it was
well,
something.
no, because they literally said like they have to have a like they have to be like damaged goods, right? They have to be dying for the zombies to not eat them. That was like the whole thing in World War Z. So like maybe not cancer, but like AIDS or like something equally bad like that, where basically
Oh,
the zombie recognizes that
AIDS.
they're like,
AIDS.
well,
oh.
here's
Uh,
AIDS. Like
Well,
the zombies
with
won't touch you
with
because you're damaged goods.
yeah, I
with World War
guess.
Z, I
Yeah.
feel like you basically just have to like get on wiping out the zombies, propagate the uh next stage of humanity, and then fucking die. That's like your
Yeah,
choice.
I
Is
guess you
there
would kind of
any
have a timeline to do it because you
is
basically they
there
wouldn't come after you and you could just kill them, pick them off, and you're like 10 years you're living or whatever.
yeah.
Yep.
Are there any do you guys know any zombie media where the zombies eat each other? instead of just
Uh,
people that are alive.
Marvel Zombies, but
No.
that's just because of the zombies get in fights with each other because they're like somewhat intelligent, and
Well,
the longer they
yeah.
go without eating people, the more intelligent they get.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. Maybe if you count things other than zombies, you could maybe go to the Attack on Titan. The Titan shifters get attacked by the Titans, but that's not
Yeah, but
zombies.
that's
That's
different because it's like
well, that's just giant
there's
naked
meaningful.
zombies.
Well, no, but no, I meant that there's meaningful distinguishments between the human titans and the titans. Whereas, like, I think Lulu was asking where they're on the same playing field, but they eat each other anyway.
Yeah.
Like Marvel Zombies
Yeah,
is literally the only example I can think of.
I wouldn't. I can't think of any.
Oh, actually, Z Nation makes jokes about it. It's like a running joke. I just remembered. That's the only example I can think of though where they eat each other. So I can't think of anything else. Because in Walking Dead, they just die of starvation. They don't eat each other.
Yeah, and
Yep.
Marvel Zombies, Hulk gets mad at Thanos, so he eats Thanos.
Based.
Yeah. All right, so that was episode 8.
Yep.
We're finally on
Tits.
episode 9. Jesus. Anyone want to kick off episode 9?
Uh yeah, sorry. Um dude, my stream shit keeps like crashing. What the fuck? Not the stream itself, but like the YouTube studio part of it.
Mm.
Hmm.
We're back to the road trip part of the show. They encounter a tunnel that is blocked. So they say, okay, let's go around on foot. And they go up into the forest. They see this guy that's just screaming, and he's being chased by a zombie boar. Like we mentioned,
Yeah.
zombie animals, they just kind of choose when to show up.
Yeah, and Beatrix shoots it with an arrow and it's dead.
Yeah.
But this guy is like a master like carpenter. So
Yeah, he lives in the forest in a treehouse. Yeah.
He's
yep.
Jesus.
Oh, he's building
Jesus was a
the
carpenter.
treehouse. He's building the treehouse. It's not
Yeah.
done yet.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, but this is the other voice actor I recognize. So this one I actually know the name off the top of my head. Richard Epgar. Guys familiar with him?
I don't
No.
watch dubs.
You know the character Raiden from Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's Raiden.
Shit, that's cool.
interesting.
And then he also plays the Joker in the Injustice games.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah, and
Oh,
then he
then
was
I
also
probably would have recognized him then. Okay.
and
Hopefully
then he
good
was
kid.
yeah, because you didn't listen to the dub. And then he was Hanzo from Naruto, but I don't know if you got to that point, Rangi. Probably not, because you quit pretty early.
No,
And then
Naruto actually annoyed. Well, Naruto also has the problem of it breaks the power scaling in the first series, and then it breaks the power.
yeah, I know. The power scaling's bad. Just finish it eventually. It's iconic. Um, and then older Joseph Joestar, he plays him in part 3. So those are like the main like things I recognized him from.
That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's one of my favorite voice actors. I think he has a pretty cool and like unique voice that like it's not as quite as gravelly as Steve Blum, but it's pretty gravelly.
Yeah. But yeah. So we get that, and we get kind of a good bit with him, and them like helping him out with the treehouse, and we actually get info on why he's kind of doing this, which is basically like he put off building a treehouse for his son because he was super busy back when the world was still alive, and then his son got bit by his wife, and
Yeah,
he
I
had to
saw that
Yeah.
close
coming.
them
Like
down.
when he asked that and there's just silence, I'm like, oh, they're dead. They're zombies, and he
Yeah.
had to kill them.
Yeah. I kind of, this is kind of one of those other moments where the show's like kind of acknowledging, like, even though you have these people who are pursuing their dreams or like things they wanted to do in life that they never had time to do because they had to
W-
like work.
Yeah, the
Uh,
sacrifices and able to pursue those dreams are arguably not worth the dreams themselves, or probably not
yeah.
in most cases.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost like yeah, it's that, and it's also like you actually get a really good line here where he's talking about like he says something about how you never get the chance to repay a parent, but I didn't know it was true the other way around.
Yeah, so that's pretty sad. And then Akira takes that to heart because that's like one of the driving things the next few episodes.
Well, that's what literally gets him to like immediately start hitting home.
Leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like Shizuka commented on it, like she was surprised he didn't want to sleep in the treehouse, and it's because of that conversation.
Yep. And this
Um,
character comes up later because he kind of saves everyone else's asses.
yeah, little spoilers, but then again, this whole thing isn't spoilers, so uh,
The thumbnail
I,
is a
I
spoiler, but yeah, it's fine.
yeah.
It's
What
a
was I gonna
little bit
say?
of a spoiler, yeah.
Again, I highly doubt anyone's gonna be watching this who either A hasn't already seen it or B doesn't care if it gets spoiled, right? Like it or like no, I mean they either saw it or don't care to get spoiled. I feel like anyone who does care
I
about
was gonna
spoilers is
say
not gonna watch a review stream.
Yeah.
if you're watching a what? How many hours are we already?
Like three,
Two and a half.
2.5. Yeah.
Okay, if you're watching a 3-hour review stream and you're not expecting spoilers, then
Yeah.
you should probably commit Sudoku.
Yeah.
I was about to say you're making a kill yourself joke and then you actually did. Jesus.
Yes, sir.
But
What do you mean? You should commit yourself to Japanese number puzzle.
yeah, you meant seppuku and we
Yeah.
know it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I did. You're right, Lulu. This was very reminiscent of the house building mission from Red Dead Redemption 2. Like I was completely thinking about that the whole
Yeah,
time.
it is.
Yeah. Insert house
Dude,
building theme song here.
that house building theme song is actually such a banger. I like every once in a while I'll go back and re-listen to it. It's awesome. Oh, I had so much fun doing that house mission. It was so much fun.
Yeah, I wrote in my notes, this episode further proves that men are simple. I want to build treehouse. That's it.
I want to build treehouse. I build.
There's a South Park
I am
episode
happy.
about that.
Oh my god. There's a South Park episode about
Yeah.
everything.
Well, yeah, except for the better
Isn't it
references.
literally
Simpsons already
the
did it because
Simpsons
South Park
did
literally did
thing?
an episode about how Simpsons already did everything. The episode is
Uh,
called Simpsons did it.
that's kind of funny.
But by the end of the episode, they realized that like what Rangi was saying, and this goes back to that like they're like, well, everything the Simpsons did, someone else already did because nothing's original. That was the
Oh my
conclusion of that episode.
Yep.
God damn it.
So Rangi was right all along.
Yep.
Yeah, as is typically the case.
Okay,
Yeah.
calm down, buddy.
Shut up, weeb.
You can call me. You could call me Nostra Weepit.
Yeah, and then Akira's like, I wonder if it's gonna be awkward seeing his parents. Like, you haven't talked to them in 3 years. Yeah, it's probably gonna be awkward.
Yeah,
It's
no
funny
shit,
too
buddy.
because you get the establishment that this bridge is super rickety, and you also get a lot of like kind of info on Akira's hometown because Akira's hometown is a particularly like remote area to the
Yeah, it's
point where
Japan's best kept secret.
Yep.
yeah, that's how they explain it, and the gorge is called like the Hungry Gorge because it
Yeah, and he just casually talks about how it's called that because of how many people died climbing it.
yeah, and you get the fact that basically this was originally like a penal colony, and but this was the only like route to the village before the tunnel was made.
Yeah, it's
Which
it's
kind
Japan's Georgia.
it's basically like super secluded town, which kind of explains how they survived. You know.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Uh,
Oh, we'll get to that because I have a lot to say about that particular character.
Yeah, but also just in general, yeah, you get the fact that the bridge itself is very rickety, which makes sense because the tunnel exists you probably haven't been using the bridge, and so it hasn't been maintained nearly
Yeah,
as
like
much.
Akira said, like, he hasn't crossed that since, like, his childhood or something like that.
Yeah. And, but yeah, basically, because yeah, Akira's basically a small town rural kid. That's the best way to explain what this character is.
Well,
And
he's kinda like he's like Japanese Amish, like, he's super secluded.
kind of,
Japanese Amish.
Yeah,
but
you
they're
know,
not
the
Is
Amish.
there
Amish
a
are like a
such
super
thing?
secluded community. What?
Yeah.
No, well
It's like a
well,
very backwards, older, like, area that, like, doesn't have a lot
no,
of modern technology. It's
Yeah,
super secluded and, like, yeah.
I know what the
it,
Amish are,
it's
Iron. Thank you.
I don't know, you're a West
as far as I
Coaster.
know,
They
there's
don't
an
have those kind
issue.
out
Like,
they don't
Oh
have
my
them out
god.
there
Acting
if
like
you're
I haven't
kind.
lived here like not that long. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, whatever.
but yeah,
You've been in Vegas your entire life. Oops.
sure, yeah, totally.
he was literally born in Casino.
Yep.
Yeah,
He was
that's
born
why
in,
my gambling addiction's so bad. Yeah.
yeah, he was born in the Tropicana. Oh, wait, no, is that
How do you
wait, is that
even know
Atlantic
the
City?
name of one of the resorts? How the
No,
fuck
I
do
think that's
you
Atlantic City. I'm getting them mixed up. I've been to both.
Tropicana? No, Tropicana. Yeah, that's a real place. That's a real
Oh,
resort down here.
oh, so
Yeah.
it's in Atlantic City and in Vegas. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
I'm an
yeah,
East Coaster, so I go to Atlantic City more than I go to Vegas.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
Reno is closer for me.
Anyways, uh, can we not dox me, please?
Yeah, yeah, I caught myself after I said it. My bad.
That's okay.
Yeah,
We
you
can
know,
edit this part out of the
My
stream.
nah, my shit's public information. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
yeah. Well,
Well,
we all know that you live in New Mexico.
yeah. I live in Mexico,
Albuquerque,
actually.
New Mexico. Uh, Negra, Aurora Lane, something something. Fuck, I can't remember it. It's the address from Breaking Bad. I used to
Oh, yeah,
remember it
yeah.
by heart, and now I can't. Shit.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, basically, like, yeah. So you get, I kind of like that you get the fake out with the whole village, where it's like, oh, oh no, what happened? Are they all dead? Is it gonna be a zombie thing? Because this is kind of a normal thing with the zombie thing. It's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
don't worry, we'll go to my hometown, and it'll be totally intact. And it's like everyone's a zombie, and the person finds
Yeah.
their dead parents. But no, no, the village is alive. They're just kind of partying in Akira's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
They're like enjoying their time.
Yeah, that was
It's
he gives
funny.
this
almost
whole emotional monologue, and the dad just literally knocks some sense into him physically
Yeah.
and
Slaps
yeah.
him
The
metaphorically.
dad,
upside the head.
the dad's like, stop, stop being a drama queen. We got work to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the dad might be my favorite character, honestly.
He's a really good character. Well, especially because it seems like he's just this harsh stoic type, and then you get him talking to Carol later.
About his dreams. That's the end of this
Yeah,
episode, right?
I believe it is the end of this episode. It might be the end of the second episode or of this like three-parter.
Oh yeah, it might be
No,
in the
no, the end of the second. No, the end of that episode, I think, is when you
10.
meet
Are we on
Kate.
9 or 10?
We'd be on 9 still.
Yeah, and then the end of episode 10 is the conversation about dreams.
Well, that's not the end of. Because the end of episode 10 is when you get a certain
Yeah,
avatar.
yeah, yeah. But
Right.
like the scene, the second to last scene is that.
Yep, yep. But yeah, so with this episode, yeah, you get Akira, you kind of get them settling into the village, so to speak, and you get the information too of like where the zombies in the tunnel come from and stuff. Because apparently, what happened was a lot of people fled here from the city, but then somebody was infected, and basically, it was the hidden bite thing again. He pulled that card 3 times, but at least this time they did it in a backstory thing.
Wait, for who?
The guy, when they're explaining how what happened with the tunnel. basically they explain that with the tunnel of the zombies in the tunnel, a bunch of people from the city came in, but somebody was bitten and didn't and
Oh, I
while
didn't
they were in
even.
the tunnel.
Okay, I didn't even pick that up. I thought they just blocked off the tunnel to stop people from coming in. Okay,
No,
never
no,
mind.
because they say, yeah, a lot of people from the city, and that's why you have the people from the city within this
Yeah,
village
yeah.
that
You're right.
are
You're right.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because somebody was infected, and then they blocked it off because it was like, oh shit, so that's putting us at risk. And I actually really like the community here. The, a lot of this is kind of like my favorite because it doesn't feel like anything's really changed for this village outside of having to block off the tunnel. They're kind of just still doing the same shit they were doing before.
Yeah. And electrified fence, which is I think they said they just built.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
like main like difference is like we had to block off the tunnel, and we have the electrified fence now to keep off zombie boars and zombie bears. But other than that, it seems very back to status quo. They actually even stay, and they bring up an issue that is an actual issue for Japan, because they bring up like, oh yeah, there were some people from the city that survived. We put them up in the empty houses because the village has been losing population for a while, and this is an actual thing. Uh,
Oh.
a lot of the rural Japanese areas have been losing population for a while because people moving to the cities and stuff like that.
Is it
Is a
also like I assume the reason was because majority of the village is like elderly people? Is that why?
yeah, because basically that's kind of what happens in a lot of these like rural Japanese areas is a lot of the younger folk go to the city to work.
Right. Yeah.
And then a decent amount of them send money back home, but also it's just in general because that's just how the culture has trended. That's where the jobs are, etc., etc.
Uh-huh.
Uh, but this is a real problem in that Japan is having, where the rural areas are kind of getting kind of abandoned by younger people because younger people are moving to the cities more and more in greater numbers. To the point where I know of at least one program the Japanese government had to basically like fully pay for and pay people to move into the rural areas and
Damn.
like just start like farming and shit.
Yeah.
'Cause, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's kind of a contemporary issue, but in this sort of situation it kind of works out because you have all the like people from the city that are running from the zombies. So it's like a win-win for the village. It gets
Right.
more young people that can like help work the fields and everything.
Yeah.
And those people get like a place. So it's not like because usually in zombie stuff the community is super like exclusive where they're like no, we're not taking anyone. What benefit do you have? With this it's obvious. They're like, well, we need more young people, so this works out for us.
Yeah, yeah, this is a more like friendly, open town. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very much like, yeah, we're like this small, very isolated rural community.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, young people are coming in that can help out with the village in general, and that's kind of why it's kind of refreshing in that sense because so many zombie things have that like open hostility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what else do you guys have to say about this episode?
Sorry, I got beer over my mic.
Good job. This
The
is why you've gone
episode.
through like 7 mics, isn't it?
What?
You drink. I said this is why you've gone through like 7 mics, isn't it? You're drinking over all of them.
Yeah, like I should know how to clean this out. Little bubbles.
Oh my god. No,
Just don't drink over your mic, you baboon.
Hey, it's a mandrill. Get it right.
it's like calling
Okay.
him a slur. Fucking baboon. But the episode ends with us being introduced to what is essentially the main villain. I kind of wish he was introduced earlier in the show, but whatever. I
Hey,
don't know his name. You'll have to.
did they not show him in any flashbacks before, even the background? Because that would
I
have been
do
smart.
give his name. Let me look it up because I actually didn't remember his name. Because
Did they
he's definitely somebody who should have been introduced early.
At least hinted at earlier. Yeah.
But
I'm actually shocked they didn't like have him like in a background in a flashback and like they're elaborating on who he is now.
Higurashi, I believe, is his name.
Yeah, Higurashi is his name.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
But he's a NEET. Do you guys know what a NEET is?
Like an extreme
No.
introvert.
So NEET basically means no education, employment, or something.
So
let me
he's a
look up
hobo.
Not exactly. Basically, he's a shut-in.
Oh, not homo, hobo.
I know, that's what I said. Homo.
No, I think he said homo.
No, I didn't say homo. What the fuck? You're racist and homophobic, Iron? Come on, man. Come on.
Not in education, employment, or training. That's what it means. Basically, it means he's somebody that's not that he's a college dropout who's also not employed or getting trained for anything. So he's basically just a useless bum.
Damn, he's
It's not even
literally
a
me.
chapter.
Guys,
college.
oh my god, he's literally me. He's literally me. Sorry.
Whoa.
Basically, the idea.
Is this why you want to
the
watch Death Note? You want a power fantasy?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But the main character of Death Note isn't an E. He's in college.
Yeah, I know. I was
I thought he was in high
Yeah,
school.
but well, he starts off in high school and then he's in college.
Oh, okay.
Mid season 1.
Okay.
But yeah, a NEET is essentially somebody who is it's usually like a dropout of some type who's not like who doesn't engage in housework and doesn't engage in like work or school. They are shut-ins who don't do anything.
Does my microphone sound okay after I spilled beer on it?
Sounds fine for me.
Yeah, you
Sounds
sound
better.
fine.
Okay, I'm just checking.
You made it more
You need
crisp.
to get your look. You need to get your mic more drunk.
Yeah. If I get my mic drunk, I'll sound better. At least in my head.
But yeah,
Yep.
basically, so technically, I don't think we get the full background of this character until the end of episode
12.
No, do you get it at the end of this episode? I think you kind of
You don't get his like final background until 12 though.
Yeah.
You don't get his final background.
It's like bits. It's like
you
9
get bits each episode.
Yeah, 9 we're introduced to him, and then like 10 we see why he's an asshole, and then 11 it's just him being a dick, and then 12 it's like truly why he's an asshole.
Yeah, 9 is kind of just
you know his reasoning was like freaking retarded. Like it's like basically he's the the meme from like Meet the Robinsons where it's like they always hated me. It's like, hi Goob, you want to come over to my house? Like, hey Goob, you want to like sign my journal? Like it's literally the meme. He's like, I always hated them. They hated me, and they're like, hey, grab like breakfast or lunch with us, and he like runs off in the other direction. It's like, why don't I have any friends?
Well, it's interesting too because I think this 3-parter. I think what we really needed for the first half of it before everything goes to shit is I think what we really needed and could have used is more Beatrix stuff with her dealing with like the traditional Japanese stuff.
in like a
You're just
Beatrix
salty that your
solo
favorite character
episode.
didn't get more screen time.
Yeah, we could have used that, and this would have been a perfect like sort of setting to do it in.
Dude, I'm telling you, she was meant to get more stuff in season 2, and we just never got it. That's why we haven't got a lot of
Yeah,
her.
yeah, because like, are you telling me that the ultimate Japanese fangirl or the ultimate fangirl of Japanese culture is not going to be fucking loving this whole village and maybe
Oh, she
like
does. They
changing
she
stuff?
geeks out over it with Kensho and
Yeah.
Shizuka in a couple scenes.
Yeah, in a
Also,
couple scenes, but she doesn't get anything. I think one of the more interesting things might have been, and maybe they wanted to do this. Maybe her engaging with, I don't know, like a local shrine or something.
hey, she doesn't engage with stuff. They show her Chekhov's circuit breaker.
True, they do show her Chekhov's circuit breaker. Yeah, because
I'm like,
yeah,
dude, I'm like, there's they why the hell would you be showing me a circuit breaker unless it's gonna be meaningful? No, I mean that's like
Yeah,
well,
it's like the most
that was
obvious
funny.
Chekhov's item
That was
ever.
funny.
I do feel like there'd be like a, hey, this is this important thing. Don't fucking touch it, okay?
Well,
Yeah.
that's what they did. It's like it literally said,
That is
"Do not
what they're
touch on
doing,
it."
and I kind of understand that. But it is also like, you know,
Well, look,
like
don't get
you
me
get that
wrong.
scene, and you're like, okay, well, somebody's obviously gonna fuck with this.
Well, because that's the thing, right? That's
Yeah.
the problem with it. Because like it's hard sometimes because obviously it's better to have it than not because like it's more of an ass pull if it's just like they introduce to you just out of the blue, like, oh, by the way, there was an electric fence we turned off. Like you have to establish it. But when you establish something like that, it's like
Well,
you know it's obviously gonna take place later because it's hard not to. Like the shit pit actually was a better example of how to do it like organically. Because like
as a test
at
book.
first it seemed just like a gag, but then it was actually Chekhov's shit pit, which is like I did not
Uh,
expect. Where the circuit
but
breaker was obviously Chekhov's circuit breaker.
the explanation for it being there also makes more sense because Kensho's a city boy.
Hmm.
So it's like a
Yeah.
cesspit. Why? Well, an actual cesspit, and the guy's like, well, yeah, because in Japan the rains wash away the soil, and so we need this in order to basically make stuff grow.
Yeah, I mean, no pun intended, but it was a more organic scene.
Yeah, but yeah, so you get kind of multiple plot lines going on with the village, and kind of just as with each character.
Well, I mean, it's really all that's just set up each boss fight. Like each character does their own thing, which is going to play a role in their boss fight in
Yep,
the next
that's
two
true.
episodes.
And like I said, Beatrix is kind of the most wasted one here.
Yeah, they literally gave her Chekhov's circuit breaker, and like, yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, but yeah, so she gets Chekhov's circuit breaker. You get
Yeah, this
You get Shizuka dealing with with episode 2. You get Shizuka dealing with the old people and
Mhm.
kind of having to help out with a lot of the medical stuff because while she's not
Oh,
a
dude,
doctor, she has a
that
regard
scene
for it.
cracked me up. It's like they heard the word doctor, and they all came in with their old people problems. Like, are you a doctor? Are you a doctor?
You're a
And she's like,
doctor? You're a doctor?
it's like the Nemo
Yeah.
scenes, like mine. Oh, that was funny.
What? Oh, so you guys kind of go into what your thoughts are on this while I'm gonna step away again just real quick.
Okay. So we're
I'm
doing
hearing something
episode
going on
like
downstairs. So
We're on
11, 10?
no, we're on 9 or 10. I've
We're on
lost track
10.
because that's the problem with these episodes is since this is all one continuous story and we're jumping around, like I'm losing track of like which exact episode we're supposed to be on. Whereas before, it's like you kind of know when we're on which episode because like they're all self-contained more or less. But are we officially on 10 now? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
we're on
on?
10. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had
Um.
in my notes Igarashi is the. Oh, I before I figured out his name was Higurashi, I was calling him the anti-Akira because he's basically like Akira's
Yeah.
philosophy flipped on its head.
That's what I said. I like, even though his motive is a little silly, which I think it kind of is supposed to be silly.
Well, yeah, they call him out on it.
Um.
Like they're everyone's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
you're a fool." Like they
Yeah. They're
literally
like,
like
"Are you
three
dumb?
different
Are you
characters call
dumb?"
him a fool.
Yeah.
Like like like
Um.
if you wanted friends, just make them. Know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
not hard to make friends. Like I mean, it might be hard to make friends with specific people, but just making friends in general is super easy.
Yeah. But no, I wrote down that I liked that I like the idea of that he was the complete opposite of Akira, where like
Hmm.
Akira wanted nothing but to help society, help other people, and was happy all the time. And this guy was the opposite, where he just felt so betrayed by society. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna make them suffer like I suffered.
Yeah, he's the
Um,
reverse Akira. It's like, did you watch the Flash or any Flash stuff? Like
the
Reverse Flash and Flash, that
show or the
reference.
movie?
Anything with Reverse Flash in it, like the
So the
meme, like
show,
it was
yeah,
me Barry.
yeah,
Well, like, yeah, it's basically he's a reverse Flash to his Flash. He's just the anti
yes,
him. He
yeah,
stands for the opposite of everything he stands for. And
yeah,
this is further exploring the main theme I was talking about, wants versus needs. We already did the wants versus needs with Akira versus Shizuka, but this is exploring positive wants versus negative wants, which is like a subsection of that same theme. Like what
yeah,
happens when you want like good things versus bad, like things are good for you in society and things are bad for you in society, because not all
yeah,
wants are created equally, and they explore that in this. Like he's an obsessed with destructive wants, where Akira's obsessed with pretty much virtually constructive wants. I mean, a couple of those
yeah,
things he does are a little bit more morally ambiguous than others, but almost all of them are virtually harmless.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Whereas the other guys are kind of out of his
Yeah,
way
I
to
mean,
make
his
them
bucket
harm
list is like
people.
unhinged as hell. It's like fuck society, do drugs. I mean, do drugs was like the least like chaotic thing on this list. It's like shoot a gun for no reason, like just shoot a gun into open air, like
Yeah,
what was the exact one with the gun, right? I don't think it was just shoot a
it was
gun, was
just
it? It was
fire a
like,
gun. That was it.
oh, well, I guess that's not that bad. I thought it was
Yeah,
a
it
bit
was
more of a
like
fair.
I think the one that they lean into is watch. He wants to watch the people he hates the most turn into a zombie.
Yeah, that
Uh,
was really fucked. I mean, like
that's
throw
fucked.
dynamite. Like one of
That's
his things
really
just
fucked
throw
up. Yeah,
dynamite.
that's some Walking Dead shit right there.
Oh no, it's and then they all had their own, like the creepy dude wanted to
He wanted to
force his
molest a
tongue down.
woman. Yeah,
Yeah, which is
the other
funny
guy
is
wanted to
he's
just
the only one that
murder
survived of the
someone.
victims. I call them the victim gang because they're all
The
screaming at their
victim
victim.
gang. That's
That's what they
funny.
are.
I
But yeah,
put them.
he's the only one
I
that
said
survived.
they. I wrote them as the dark gang in my
Oh, that's
notes.
funny. Yeah, it's like Seinfeld, where it's like the reverse gang. Like
The
you
rivers
know that
gang.
episode I'm talking about?
I think so. I've never seen it, but
Yeah.
I think I know.
There's an episode in Seinfeld where there's like basically just the Bizarro version of all of them, because like Jerry Seinfeld's a huge Superman fan, so like
Oh,
Superman
really?
Bizarro.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the Bizarro friend group, and it's like it's just basically the exact opposite personality of each of the main gang. Pretty
That's
funny.
that does sound hilarious.
But yeah, so basically each of the four is matched with another one. The four. I mean, some of the
Yeah.
Akira's is the only one where it's like a reflection of himself. The other ones are like not even connected really. Like there's not much.
Yeah.
There's a little. I think they tried to do a little bit of connection, but it
What
doesn't
the hell
really
is the
work.
connection between Shizuke and the creep, other than the creep just likes women, and the and Shizuke doesn't want to be
Yeah,
molested?
that's the one. That's one of the ones that's like the most of the stretch. The etch because if it really does feel like that one's kind of
Just
forced
thrown
to
in.
get there. Well, especially because once you get his backstory, but I think that's the thing because you get all the
Yeah, I said we're
side
jumping ahead
story
a little
stuff.
bit, but episode
Yeah,
11
the
is
side story
the
stuff with
victim gang origins episode.
yeah,
The victim gang.
you get their origins kind of, but more importantly, you get stuff like we were talking about the conversation with Akira and his dad, and the stuff with Akira and his
Hmm.
dad, and I think that's also worth going into a bit
Yeah.
before
Before
because
we
I
get to
feel like
that,
going into the villains stuff is probably going into the last episode too. So
Well, I was just saying for episode 11, right? They all have their boss fights, and then I guess the relationship between each of them, right? It's like Akira and Higurashi is like complete opposites. Like that one's an obvious connection. Um, uh, Shizuke and Creep Dude have like basically no connection, and then the connection between the two women fighting is just they're both fighters who have like different philosophies on how to treat the people around them and how people treat them, and then the two guys,
oh,
it's the second most close, whereas they have opposite views on women, right? Kensho's a womanizer, but he actually respects women, where the other guy only had like one wife, but he hated her and didn't respect her, and so
Yeah.
it was kind
yeah.
of a relationship there.
Well, the I think the difference is almost that the other group is kind of people who just took their circumstances prior in a very negative way, while this group
Hmm.
didn't like their lives before the apocalypse, but they don't really they aren't letting that past define them necessarily. They are just kind of living their life in a way where it's just doing the things they couldn't do before, and not in like
Hmm.
a society way, but in like a just enjoying themselves and using the time that they didn't have before.
I did have one question. This is not, I mean, jumping ahead a little bit, but why do you think they spared the one guy from the victim gang, the creep? He's the only one that didn't die.
Well,
He's
Wait.
literally in one of the shots. When they all run over the
I,
bridge, he's there.
I thought all of them lived.
I think it's just because he surrendered, and just because there weren't any zombies conveniently around to eat him.
Yeah, I guess. It's just like all the other three got eaten, and then he's just like, what do they even do with him? Like, I'm assuming they're not going to allow him to stay in the village after pulling that stunt.
Well,
Uh,
then, well, I don't know. I don't know because I feel like they probably would be like, "Okay, great boy, you're gonna work the fields. You're gonna learn some discipline."
did they show
Maybe,
all of
yeah.
them
But
die? Because I thought all of them lived.
nope,
They
every
don't
single one dies
show
except for
Well,
him.
necessarily that they
they were
died.
No,
They
they
just
cut
spared.
they
show them
cut away at
burn.
the last second is what they do. Like
They
the
were
guys on the electric
spared,
fence.
but yeah, they might
No,
have still
it's
died. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they like they
I,
really
I
show the zombies grabbing them before cutting away,
like I
Oh,
and
said,
okay.
with like yeah.
I think there's one character I want to go into before we get into like the finale because this last
All
three
right.
episodes it seems easier to go character by character, and we kind of went
Yeah,
over
because
the
Yeah.
heroes.
we're jumping all over plot wise.
Yeah, we kind of went over the heroes. Kencho is so I think we just go over the heroes briefly, and then go over the dad and the Akira stuff, and then we go into the villains and their individual stories.
All right, so I
We
guess
get
we'll
all the
start with
stories.
we should start with Beatrix then because she has the least to say.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Basically, Beatrix is like she's super interested in helping like restore the village and helping out with the village because she's super into Japanese culture, and it's very clearly a very traditional, very old-fashioned area, obviously. So it's
mhm,
just kind of her jam. And she's just helping out wherever she can. She gets like the tour,
mhm,
and that's where you get Chekhov's fuse box, which is basically
mhm.
like it was. I believe it was like this is an Earth-based ground circuit or something. Basically, the idea of it is it's a device
Keep
in
out wild
case.
animals.
Well, yeah. So you get the electric fence, and then you get the fuse box thing. That is, it's essentially meant to make sure that people don't that the voltage doesn't go over a certain thing because they don't turn off the fuse box; they turn up the electric fence.
Yeah, because it's
Right there.
basically there to keep out animals but not harm the people who accidentally touch it.
Yeah, and basically what the bad guys do during that is they turn it up.
Yeah, they create a saw trap kind of in the village. Like there's no escape.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
So then
yeah.
Beatrix
Does
then
she get anything else?
she gets to save the day. She uses the wheel to literally break the fence open, but that's about
Yeah,
it.
well, that's in the finale, yeah. But she doesn't. This is a
Well,
problem.
that's
I really like Beatrix as an idea, and I really like her character design, but she's so clearly
why
wasted.
do you
A
like the
lot of it.
character design, Rangi?
Is it because she has big tits? It
I
is,
actually
isn't it?
prefer. I actually prefer women with smaller tits, but
Yeah,
I do
okay, buddy.
appreciate.
Okay, buddy. Sure, sure, sure. Me too, but
No,
sure,
but
sure, sure.
I like the idea of somebody that was super interested in working, especially given that a lot of the main characters, it's different angles on what you work for and what you're working and the type of job you're working and your satisfaction. She was
Yeah.
working on behalf of getting to a goal. Like she wanted to move to Japan.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
what she wanted to do. And she
So
wanted to
she's
like,
technically the only one who like achieved her dream outright. She got to see
well,
Japan.
well, no, because the moment she got the goal is when the world ended. So she's probably the only one that isn't like freed by the apocalypse. She's within the main group.
Yeah, it actually got in her way because she got to her goal
Yeah.
pre-apocalypse. She worked her whole life to save up to see it, and then
Yeah, I didn't even
the apocalypse got in her way.
yeah, I didn't even think about it that way. Yeah, true.
Like she's
Yeah,
the only one the apocalypse like didn't allow them to chase their dream, is that actually prevented them from chasing their dream, and she had to do her best to chase it despite it.
yeah. Uh, and I think that's why I really like that idea and that angle, especially with this group, but unfortunately, it doesn't feel like it's fleshed out because,
Rangi, did you watch Ahsoka? Or
uh,
do you know the memes? Like, I like the idea of it, not the weakness or the hypocrisy.
I'm vaguely aware of Ahsoka, but I didn't see it myself.
But do you know the memes? Like, I like the idea of it, but like not the weakness. Like, you know that meme? No.
Not that meme specifically.
Oh well, I
Uh,
think it applies here with you and Beatrix. You
yeah,
like the
well,
idea, but not the flaws that come with it.
yeah, well, it literally just feels like she needed more time and development because, uh,
It's almost like they're gonna have
basically,
a second season.
yeah, and that's what it feels like. It feels like either they were gonna have a second season or they were gonna have a longer first season.
I think the first season ended on like a pretty clear note. I just think they plan on having a second season. That's usually what you do with a season ending. You end the arc of the season and then set up for the next
Yeah,
season, which
yeah,
they
and
did.
that's kind of why I would actually like to get her views on the whole thing because she does seem to be like still kind of grinning and bearing it and like still working to like embrace this culture that she's lived her whole life idolizing. But it doesn't feel like she's like down about it.
Know
Uh,
what I
yeah.
noticed? The Japanese seem to have a weird obsession with German culture. I wonder why that is.
Well, do you know who they sided with in World War II?
Yeah, I was about to say. 'Cause I was about to say the other one they seem to have a weird obsession with is Italian culture, which again, it's we're seeing a trend
Yeah.
here.
Well, I just love when they depict Americans because the way they depict Americans is really funny and over the top.
Oh, dude, it's
Yeah.
I think everyone should inspire to be the way the Japanese see Americans. Like, be the American the Japanese think you are is a great meme.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, there's not really that much to her because she doesn't really have a lot of character.
So we
I think
have
we can move on
10
to
we have 10 characters
Kensho.
to get through. So before we get to Kensho, we should talk about the little girl he's with.
Well, they both tie together, so
Yeah, we'll
that's
do
why
her and then
yeah.
Kensho. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say that's why it's easy to do Kensho while doing her
Yeah.
uh because their side stories are tied together. Same with Shizuka and the old people.
Yeah. So
Uh
so that little girl, all she has left is that was a weird looking dog. What species of dog was that? I couldn't tell.
I know that's a real dog, but I don't know what the
It
name of
just
the
looked
species
funky
is.
looking. Like it
It's
It's one
looked
of
one of
like
those
those
dogs that's
big,
like all white and like cloudy. Like
yeah. It,
yeah, I can see colors a little.
it's
I,
one of those big,
God
poofy,
damn it.
hairy dogs. I don't know what
Yes, yes. That's
specifically
what I
it
was
is.
trying to
Just like
say.
You literally
It's
just
a
like,
big
like, what kind of
white
dog is that? You're
dog.
like, it's
It's
a
white.
white
It's
dog.
white.
It's white. Thanks, I couldn't
Yeah.
tell.
Either way, it's her and the dog, and we get the info like, oh, she hasn't smiled since she arrived, and both her parents died. I don't know. Maybe both her parents were specifically in the tunnel, or maybe they died on the way here before she ever even got on the way here.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's not entirely important, but they're dead. That's the important part.
basically, it's interesting because Kensho hearing about this, his immediate thought is to like go and cheer up the kid.
I'm so glad his first thought wasn't to strip naked in front of the little girl. I really thought that's where they were going with that, and I got scared.
Yeah,
Yeah,
would have been
because
funny.
that's unfortunately his main comedy bit.
Dude, I'm like, no. I'm like, thank God they had the self awareness not to do. Well, it gets a
Yeah, I
little
love how
weird later, but we'll get to
the
that.
girl
Hey,
literally
hey,
says like, "Are
I want to
you
see
a
your naked
pervert?"
trick. Well, before that, but yeah, in the finale, she's like, I want to see your butt trick or something. I'm like, what?
nah,
I think it
that
was
was a bit
supposed to be
weird, but I think
wholesome.
it
I
was.
don't think it was supposed to be like
I
Yeah, I know
think
it's
it was.
supposed to be
Yeah, I
wholesome.
think it was
It's just
meant
weird to
to
see a
be
little
like.
girl
Yeah,
say to an older guy, I want to see his butt. Like that's just like
yeah, that. I think that was one of those like weird things that doesn't quite land because, and I don't know if it's a no,
it might be
it's
a
like
cultural thing that like it's not inappropriate there, but it absolutely is over here.
Yeah.
I think it's both a mix of that and just a mix of we kind of gave this guy one gimmick. Shit, wait, but then the plot ended up being him having to cheer up a kid. What do we do? Okay, we'll try to make it less inappropriate as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they still have him do it anyway, but at least it's for like then again, he
Oh,
didn't have to. He decided to jump into the shit pit naked. He could have just
well,
did it and
hey,
stayed on.
For the
also, well,
meme.
at least he didn't ruin his clothes.
True.
That's what you're worried about?
Yeah, not indecent exposure.
Yeah. I guess that's, not as important in a zombie apocalypse, but
I think they were going for a wholesome vibe with it.
well, they
Yeah,
were.
that's what
It's just when
I
you
think.
you take the context out of it, it's just a very weird thing to hear a little girl say to an older man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be a cultural thing. But yeah,
But yeah,
it's weird.
yeah,
Uh,
so yeah, his whole arc is he's testing out his comedic chops, trying to cheer her up. Then he makes her laugh with like I thought was one of his less funny jokes of the series. Like, what did he say? Like I'm Italian or something, and then she thought that was funny because he wasn't Italian.
oh no. So at least in the sub, the way he says it is like, uh, he he like starts talking to her, and it's like, oh yeah, it's well, he goes up and he's like, he's very like cordial and polite, and he's like, yeah, in Italy, it's considered rude not to smile at women, and it comes out like he, but you're not Italian, and he's like, oh, I'm not something like it.
I
The
don't
problem
know.
is, I think a lot of the humor doesn't quite land either way because a lot of Japanese humor I know there's a lot of it that relies on like puns and stuff like that, and a lot of the specific language.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just like
Japanese
when
humor is
you
really
do it
weird.
when you do it the dub or even sub, it's like
Yeah,
the the
it
word
doesn't
choice
quite
is different.
translate.
Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
yeah.
quite translate
No,
well.
I
Well,
completely get that because like half my jokes are wordplay, so it's like if I wasn't able to like use wordplay, that would make things a lot harder.
yeah, and I think
Yeah.
that's kind of the case here too. Uh, I think Kensho's probably the second weakest arc here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because
Akira's is obviously the strongest because you get him
yeah,
and
and
his
then
dad
Shizuka's
and
is the
all
second
that.
strong. Even the dad's arc's probably stronger than Kencho's,
Yeah.
even though he's only in it for a couple episodes.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but Kensho's kind of just comedic best friend. This is probably the best you could do with it. Is like him
Oh,
kind of
when he gets serious against briefly against the his boss fight with
Yes.
the woman hater.
The
Yeah, the
woman
guy who
hater.
hated his
Well, that's what
the
he
guy
was.
who
It's like he
well,
hated his wife. That
he
was his
hated his
only
wife.
trait. Yeah. So it was basically
Right?
the wife hater versus the womanizer who actually respects women. Like that's Kencho's whole like thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Ken chose. Uh, there's actually a line with Kencho talking to him, and I felt like this could have been really stronger in the narrative if they did something with it, but they don't. But he's like, oh yeah, what he's talking when he's talking to the guy who's all he does is complain about his like ex-wife, and he's just like, what did you do for her? What did you do for the woman who's supposed to be the center of your universe? And
He's like,
Yeah.
you
yeah,
treated her like your mother. I'm like,
Yeah.
what's
Yeah.
that mean?
yeah,
What do you
well,
mean by
no,
that?
this is a thing that relationships are very much supposed to be give and take, and it's not just a give and take on the oh well this person provides for the family and then the family does all the chores or whatever. There's a lot more. Basically, the guy didn't do any of the like emotional work that he should have done for his family, and that's why his like relationship with his wife and the family fell apart.
Yeah.
Because
What was I gonna say? We did skip the fact that for some reason one of the bucket list items was Akira wanting to get dreadlocks, and he just looks utterly ridiculous in them.
Uh-huh. I think it was just for
yeah,
comedic purposes.
well,
Well, it
I
was. It's just like it
well,
was all
it
these very
also sucks.
serious finale moments, and he's wearing dreadlocks for all of them. It's like when you do a video game and you pick a goofy skin for like the serious cutscenes.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was also there to establish that group of women because
Yes, that's
that
the
group
main
of women
purpose
is
because
very much there
yeah,
for the
well, only
finale.
one of those three girls is actually relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she actually worked on like zombie makeup and stuff. But
Dude,
uh,
honestly, I forgot about the zombie makeup girl. I just assumed he just like rubbed blood on himself when he did that because like I knew it was a fake out. But
Yeah.
we
no,
could jump
no,
ahead a bit.
Yeah.
you actually get a little bit about her, and yeah, they'd done like a zombie. I don't know if it's a zombie movie or a zombie like music video. I think it
Yeah, it
was
was no, it
supposed.
was the theme song. They were making the theme song
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the
basically yes.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I kind of like that.
yeah, it's meta, but it's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's like,
Which
yeah,
Dystopia Song of the
we were
Dead, I
making
think.
this,
yeah,
Yeah.
the sequel, to it when the
mm,
zombies came. You don't expect zombies to attack with a zombie apocalypse, and you get the impression she is very traumatized because she saw like all of the crew that she
mm,
seems to have been close to, and these were
yeah.
people like she cared about to an extent, all
Yeah.
died.
Mhm. What was I gonna say? I think there's a little bit of meta commentary that they knew there wasn't going to be a second season, so like it's like the second movie or like song or whatever got canceled,
Yeah.
like whereas their second season got canceled
I do think that was them signaling it. Like, yeah, sorry guys, there's no second season here.
because it seemed like they knew, like that's like the vibe I was getting because like you said they were a lot of this was like as like it took weeks per between each episode, and like you said in the
Yeah.
first episode that like they were referencing that the company they were working for was pretty shitty. Like, can you say that or something?
One of the multiple studios that were involved ended up having a lot of controversy where basically they had very bad working conditions. Studio Shaft, I believe it was, which isn't
That's
uncommon
ironic.
in the animation industry. But yeah, uh I wouldn't be surprised if it's a meta thing. I don't know, because I'd have to read the manga.
Mm. And so the
'Cause
wrap up
I
Kencho's arc, he jumps into the shit pit, which Predator
well,
logic, it
somebody
works.
well, it's funny because somebody actually says, like, I guess maybe this is like a weird urban legend, but somebody actually mentions earlier that it's like a jump in the cesspit will set you up for success, and maybe that's just a weird, obscure
Yeah, I don't
Japanese
know.
urban legend. I don't know. The guy is, but I feel like the guy is also just fucking with Kensho.
Yeah.
Probably. One thing we did skip that I thought was really funny was at the end of episode 9, I believe, or maybe it was in episode 10. When Kensho grabs the fence and electrocutes him. You
That's
see
the end of
the
episode 10.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It was 10. It you see the little squiggles on his butt when he like it's like shocking in and out of his like skeleton. Like, we still put the squiggles there, which is I thought was pretty funny.
That's funny.
Yes, it did.
I was glad they
They,
remembered to do that.
they have to censor his assets.
Mhm.
Nice one. So then should we do because we have
Shizuka?
what we have left is Akira, Shizuke, Akira's dad, and the victim
Yeah.
squad. Who do you want to do next?
The victim squad will probably be pretty easy. They're kind of shallow, so
So do you want to
we
do
should
them
probably do them
next, then
last.
do
No,
Shizuke,
what?
then do the dad, then Akira?
I think we can do them last because their backstories all come out during their like little fight, so it's a good thing to do as like the finale anyway.
All right, so we'll do Shizuke next.
Yep, yep, Shizuka next. And with her, a lot of it is, yeah. So it's you kind of get uh you kind of get her having already broken down from the just the like hyper pragmatist, and she's kind of just trying to help out here. And then she kind of stumbled into like somebody I think asked her like a medically based question that she had like vague knowledge about that she feels she can help with, and that's when you get the all of the old people coming at her
Yeah.
and being like,
Yeah,
Doctor.
"Oh,
that scene was really
doctor."
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the what she was talking about was holding the wound at a certain angle so the blood flows properly or something.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, because somebody cut themselves on a scythe. I believe that was it.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
but
that's when
yeah,
you get
and
introduced to the sniper.
yes, yes, the sniper, which is basically just the dirty old man trope, which
Yeah, well,
because
dirty old man trope who can get super serious when needed.
yeah, well, yeah, because he's also like the guy who's like he's essentially the senile old man of the like community. He's
Mhm.
not completely all there, and they
Yeah,
even say
they
that
do a
he has
lot of tropes with him. They just like shove all the old man tropes into one character.
yeah, but because yeah, he's not been the same since his old lady died, is what they
Mhm.
specifically say. Uh, and he's like bedridden most of the time. Old man Hiko, I believe, was his name.
Yeah. Lulu,
Uh,
that's the image you sent me, right? When I didn't know who it was yet.
Are you talking about the old man with dementia?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. Yeah, I just found that image so funny that he sniped a dude's hand and then zoomed
Mhm.
in on him and it was just like a ultra realistic, it was like a SpongeBob freeze frame where they like
Yeah,
show ultra
that
realistic like one frame.
yeah,
Yeah,
no, that was a
yeah,
great frame. I paused on it for a second
yeah. I was
yeah,
laughing
but
admiring
so hard. Ultra Chad.
you
He
also
was a
kind of
fun
get
character.
you also get kind of Shizuka's like view, and it this kind of also
Oh, it's a
I
huge,
feel like
character arc moment for her because she finally puts other people before herself. It's like they've been building
Yeah,
up towards this the whole season.
and you kind of get that play off with her and the person on the victims. This is kind of the only tie-in between her and the guy on the victim squad that because he's somebody who only puts himself forward and then only complains about how unlucky he is. And
Mhm.
I wish they kind of set that up a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they were all vague enough already outside of the main
Yeah,
2, and then
we
that
needed
one was
more
just
time with
virtually
the victim
non-existent.
squad. We
Yeah, because I
needed
mean,
more time
really
with
the
them.
only impactful member of the victim squad was the,
Higurashi, yeah.
yeah, Higurashi. But, yeah, like I said, I was wondering if they were gonna do because usually when you, like, have a villain survive, you usually do something with them afterwards, but they literally had him
yeah,
survive and just did nothing with him. He's just in a couple frames after that, and that's it.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I guess it's one of those things where this village probably wouldn't want to just kill him. And it's kind of like, well,
Yeah, but usually you would get, like, a lecture or something, like, "We're gonna put you to work," or "You're gonna leave, you're not wanted here," something, right? Like, They just and
Oh,
it's not like they don't. Hmm?
we do have a hungry chasm over there.
Yeah, but they don't imply like, usually like what would happen is if they would just leave him there and just like kind of applied either like fucked
I
off or
feel
like
like they
died.
just didn't have enough
But they
time.
literally put the effort in to show him in later frames, but still did nothing with him.
It makes me wonder if he does it if there's not more to it in the manga because I haven't read the
Maybe
manga said.
maybe
Maybe he was
they
supposed to be
killed
in
him.
season 2 for something.
Maybe they killed him off screen and then like accidentally animated him as an extra.
Nah, I doubt that. He's a pretty distinct figure. Um,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I think the
I
honest answer is they might have done something with him in season 2, like a redemption arc episode or something, but we
I
just
don't know.
never got a season 2.
or
Because
even
usually you'll try to redeem a villain if you leave them alive like
Yeah,
that, especially if they
the
were not the
the
main
thing
villain.
that makes me like agree with you the most, Iron, about there must have been a season 2 planned is that like the whole series, like the whole season was like really building up a romance between, Akira and the other girl. I always forget her name.
Yeah, Shizuka.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
like
and they never
it
do anything with it. Like
doesn't
it just
go anywhere.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
kind of sad. The closest you get is the hot tub episode or
Yeah,
the
but
Yeah.
that's supposed to be kind of like a breakthrough moment, and obviously they were setting it up for later, but you never
Yeah.
get more of it because they don't have time
yeah.
because
That was
it's
just
got the
they had like
finale.
a romantic moment that could end up turning into something else, but no, you
So I
don't get
think I
the
think
time.
a lot of the second season probably would have played with the will they won't they. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's a it's a super tired trope, but everyone does it because it's viewers get into it. Like the will they
Yeah.
won't they is very effective. Friends did 10
Yeah.
seasons of that.
But yeah, so Shizuke gets very big into like dealing with the community, and it's to the point where when shit hits the fan, actually, she's no longer thinking of like just herself and surviving.
Mhm.
Her immediate thought is like, oh, I have to go and help out the old people.
Yeah, this whole arc is like the culmination of her learning to put others before herself. Like basically, because of Akira and others, they kind of undid the programming her father did to her.
Yeah, and it's funny too because with her going, it's funny because the old people do the trope of like, we're all old,
Yeah.
you've still got your whole life ahead of you,
Mhm.
you know, why are and then that kind of culminates in you get old man Hiko giving the speech where he just like suddenly sat up in bed, and he's just like, the fuck do you mean? We're just going to lie down and die.
Yeah. I like
Yeah.
how
Well,
he was the
all,
one
all
that
the
gave them the pep talk. I like that. I thought it was poetic.
well, yeah, it feels like almost like the stress of the situation almost snapped him out of like his sort of like,
His fucking
not.
Alzheimer's, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's I don't
it's
know if it's
basically like
necessarily Alzheimer's, but it's definitely put him into like the serious mode where it's like,
yeah.
Yeah.
no, wait, what the fuck? You guys are all giving up? No.
Yeah.
The amount of things we survived in this land, the amount of hardships, and you're just gonna be pussies about it? Not on my fucking watch. Because we also got the information he was the best hunter in the village.
Yeah, that you knew that was like not a throwaway line. Like that was like foreshadowing for something that was gonna come later,
Yeah, and
which we get.
uh, I do really like that. With the speech he gives in that moment where they're trapped and all the old people are like, oh yeah, we Shizuka, you should have just left us. You should have just abandoned us. And it's interesting too because the old folks step up and basically start fighting the zombies.
Yeah. I love like when old people throw hands. It's always fun. Like
Yeah.
it, like
Don't
like the
Yeah, I love
fuck
don't
when
with
fuck
they
with
people
old
older than
people.
your
I love
neighborhood.
when they jump
Don't,
the creep guy. Like just
Oh
jump his
yeah.
ass. Yeah.
yeah, well, hey,
That's probably why they didn't kill him because like they wouldn't they're not these are good townspeople. They wouldn't have left him for dead or like killed him themselves. So like I
Yeah.
feel like because since he's the only one that's defeated by like not zombies, so like he's kind of the only one they had to leave alive. I wonder if
Well,
that's why they didn't do anything with the
yeah,
characters,
because
just because they realized they wrote him into a position where he really couldn't die, but they had nothing to do with him anyway.
yeah, because
Yeah.
Higurashi, I feel like would have been the most like redeemable of the villain squad, but
I
still,
guess, but his motives were also the weakest. Literally, his whole thing was, "I was lonely."
well,
Like,
it's not just that.
they're
So
all weak, but
Higurashi,
it's just they're I don't know. I mean, it's like it's hard to compare because they all have kinda I think it's part of the point that all their things are, like, super first world problems, right? That like, I
well,
think that there's something there
they're
to that.
basically people who were failures in the real world,
Yeah, they were
different
first world
degrees and
problem
different reasons.
failures, yeah.
Yeah, basically they were people who just couldn't cope with normal society, and so they kind of have the thing of being freed
From the
in a
restraints of
different way.
society.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rather than being freed from,
That chase their dreams, they're free to just, like, give in to their carnal desires.
yeah, that is kind of the thing, and that's why I feel like I would have liked a bit more with that. It feels like there's something there. That's the annoying thing with them. There's
Well,
definitely something.
I think they did enough, honestly. I think, like, they did a pretty good job of exploring the needs versus want theme and then the subsection of positive ones versus negative ones. Me and Lulu were talking about this when you left for a bit, but,
Yeah, I
I
can
feel
hear
like
you when I leave. Don't worry.
oh, okay, well, I don't usually. Sometimes I'll take my phone with me, but most of the time
Uh,
is I'll catch up later.
I have a wireless headset, so I can hear
Oh,
you
there you
better.
go. But, yeah, so I think obviously you could always do more, but, like, I don't think I was left wanting more. Yeah, little pun there.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not like I was wanting more. I felt like there needed to be. Felt like it would have been
Need.
stronger if the. Yes, I felt like it would have been stronger if we had more of them. I feel like especially we probably could have gone just to rather than, for example, you get like the host club narrative in like that one
That
episode
was
earlier.
weird that they introduced that character and did nothing with him again, and except for he has, like, a singular frame in, like, the post credits, like, he's, like, walking with the girl for, like, 2 seconds.
Yeah, you get like stuff like that, and you get uh honestly a few other. I feel like you could have probably introduced them in the aquarium group, for example.
Who, Higurashi?
Yeah, or at least one of this like
I
group
think
of
Higurashi should
so.
have been in the episode 3 flashbacks.
Yeah, yeah, that probably that
Uh,
too.
wait, who are
That
you
would have
guys
been the
He,
talking
most
about?
organic. What?
yeah,
Higurashi, the main villain?
yeah,
They
but
because he
uh,
knew Kensho and, Akira, what you could have done was have, like, a scene like 3 different scenes, right? You have the scene where they meet in the season 3 flashback, but, like, it's, like, kind of irrelevant to what's actually happening. It's just kinda like they bump into him kinda thing, and they go back to the
or
relevant
just
season 3
Yeah.
yeah,
thing.
even just
Or,
have a brief interaction during a flashback where they
well, that's what I was talking
where
about. In episode
in that
3, like,
yeah
when they did the flashbacks between Kensho and Akira, they should have had, Higurashi just be in one as just kinda like an ancillary character, and then you get his POV, and then you get their POV, right? So you get, like, 3 different, iterations of the same scene kinda thing,
yeah,
which
but
would've been cool.
either way, moving on, we have probably the most important character journey of the show because I think we've talked about Shizuka enough. Her whole thing is like community, and then she's like learning to like care about this community and all the old people, and they kind of almost rise up because of her, and then that comes
Mhm.
back also with them saving her when with old man Hiko getting the badass scene of sniping the gun out of the guy's hands.
Yeah, I mean, she has 2 themes going on, or 3. It's, the needs versus wants. It's the, it's, putting yourself before others and then others before yourself. And then the 3rd one is kinda like, not being who, like, made you kinda
Becoming
thing,
her
right?
own,
Like,
yeah, becoming her own
becoming
person.
an individual, yeah. Those are, like, the 3 themes of her character.
because it's essentially established her dad basically made her was kind of trying to guide her into being his successor in such a way that I think he literally states like uh just do what I say and you're good and your life will be good, something like that.
Yeah. Well, it's you need to do what I say, right? That's the whole I need to like that's like
Yeah.
that's when she was ready to ditch Akira, but when she's like when she heard the I need to phrase, it like snapped something in her. So like I like how they tie all three of her themes all back to her father, right? The needs versus wants, the uh
Yeah.
isolationist versus community, and then the being your own person versus being what people
Yeah.
set out for you all tie back to her father.
Yeah.
Especially with yeah, and you all get that in the one scene in episode 7 with or the one like sequence of scenes because you get like when they're literally in like the limo and the dad is like, look at all those people outside,
Yeah,
poor
all
people.
those
Those are
pores.
people that yeah, all those poor. There's like a bunch of homeless people. It's like those are people that did what they want.
Yeah. And then we got what Akira, his dad, and the victim squad left, and that's pretty much everything after
Yeah,
that.
and Akira and his dad probably tying together to an extent, yeah. Because you get Akira's like final sort of sequence where his whole thing is he wants to pay back his parents for everything they've done for him.
Yeah, I like
Because
that. It's just I think they said it one too many times. Like I got it. That was the theme of this arc.
yeah, that
But
was a bit on the nose. I
he
think
said
that
it. He said it too many times. I mean, that's the anime trope of explaining what's happening. But like, it kind of ruined the moment a bit when he said it for like the 18th time.
it's interesting too, though, because it feels like the dad feels the same way. He's like,
Hmm.
"No, you fucking idiot kid! I
Yeah,
did
he's
all
like,
that
shut up.
knowingly."
I think my favorite scene in the show was probably the dad talking about wanting to be an astronaut. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the and I believe this is actually right before the villain squad like fucks everything up. This
It
scene,
is, yeah. It's the second to last scene of episode
yeah, because
10.
the dad is very like stoic and very quiet, and you also get the scene with the conversation between him and his mom, where uh his mom was like, "Oh, have we heard anything from the dad?" Talking about the dad and saying how he was like, "Oh, have we heard for anything from Akira today? How's Akira doing?" And
Well, that was episode 12.
no, well, was it episode 12 that
Yes,
conversation
dude, I
happened?
watched it. I watched it like 3 hours ago. Yes, it was episode 12. It was right
Mhm.
before the
Yeah,
hemorrhoids
well,
reveal.
yeah, the moment where it's like peak comedy, but the dad is very much the. It's interesting because yeah, with the dad's character, yeah, he's very stoic, and Akira feels like he's very awkward because he's like just trying to do things for his parents, and they're kind of like, no, we got this. Go do what you want. Go take care of
Yeah.
yourself. Which I feel like is very deliberate. It's kind of like what he wants right now is to care for others, but if you don't care for yourself, then how can you care for others? Kinda.
So my second favorite line of the show, well, my first favorite line was I cannot go another minute without cracking a cold one or rather be a zombie. That was number one.
Yes. I love that line.
Yeah, I rather. Yeah, that I forget the exact wordage, but it was something like that. And then my second favorite was that a man needs dreams to keep him solid. I really like that line.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's probably like the big like conversation between Akira and his dad because you
Yeah.
basically get the information of his dad because his dad comes across as stoic at first. Then his dad asks him to help out in the field because it feels like the dad knows that Akira feels like he needs to do something, and so he's like, "Okay,
Mhm.
well, I'll give you something to do." And that's kind of when they like both let their guard down around each other because you get the impression they've always kind of the dad's always been kind of the stoic type who's like a man of few words and probably
Yeah.
felt awkward talking about like what he wanted to do and even like saying like insecurities and stuff with his son. But yeah, then you get the scene that night. Well, at first you get the scene of Akira having worked in the field and Kensho like talking to him, and that's when you get introduced to Higurashi. But
Mhm.
after that you also get like the scenes with the dad, and the dad's clearly kind of hiding the fact he has some kind of medical issue.
I
Dude,
thought
like
I thought he
they
was
were
bit.
implying that was cancer so
I thought he
hard.
was bit at first. I thought that's
I
where it was
thought
going.
I thought it was
Oh, you
some
thought he was
kind of
bit?
part.
Yeah,
It yeah
I
it,
actually thought, yeah.
See, that was my
I thought it
initial
was
thought,
hard to
but then
be
I
like
realized that there would be no way that it was a bite because they
This
hadn't
one.
had any zombies in such a long time, and we already know it takes only reasonably
Yeah,
minutes other than that one
yeah
episode. So I
yeah,
assumed he had
true.
like tuberculosis or something. Then when she said a lump, I thought it was cancer, but
Yeah,
it was hemorrhoids.
that's
Which,
funny.
funnily enough, the only other time that a character almost dies of hemorrhoids in a show is
Don't say it.
South Park.
No.
Kyle almost dies of hemorrhoids because Cartman
Oh
and
my
gets
god.
$1 million and buys an amusement park of it, and then he doesn't let Kyle and Stan in the amusement park, and then Kyle has hemorrhoids, and then he pops his hemorrhoid trying to sneak into the amusement park, and then he just loses his will to live because he has hemorrhoids and Cartman has an amusement park.
What? What? Okay.
okay then. I'm not gonna ask for any more
All
context, but
right, moving on.
But
anyway, you get the impression that Akira's helping his dad in the field, and he's kind of getting closer. And then you get the conversation about dreams, and the line, at least in the subtitles, is you gotta go for your dreams, the biggest one you've got. That's what
it's the
separates us
same in the
from
dub.
animals. Yeah.
Yeah.
It-
Yeah, biggest one
I
you
mean,
can find. Yeah.
yeah, and it keeps a man solid. That's the other important part.
Yeah, because the dad is very much. It's interesting because the dad is very much a traditionally like masculine guy. He's the old stoic farmer, but it doesn't punish him for that necessarily. Well, the birds do, but
To be fair, being an astronaut's also pretty like masculine. Like
yeah,
that's
yeah,
a
that
pretty
that yeah, you
that's a
get
pretty
the
like Chad like
but
profession.
But also, at least with me, I've had this experience with my dad once I was an adult, and like I kind of got that like first time just hanging out with my dad and like cracking a cold one, and like you're an adult with talking to your dad for the first time, and you see a completely different side of them versus when you were just a kid. Because you're a bit more self-reliant, he's a bit less like just trying to, you know, be a
Yeah,
role
I get what you
model and
mean.
just yeah, yeah, and I don't know, that scene felt really relatable to me because of that, because I felt like it feels like an experience I kind of have had, you know?
Yeah, I think it is meant to be relatable to a lot of people. But one thing it reminded me of is when he asked the kid or like you want to help him out, and, like the Kevin Hart and The Rock meme is like, all right, you in or out, right? And it's like, well, I'm out. It's like, well, you're already in. Like it's like the 10-hour workday when your dad asks you to help out for 10 minutes, and then
Hmm.
you're doing like work all day Saturday. That kind of reminded me
Yeah.
of that. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you also get them. I also think it's really beautiful. You get like the stars and stuff, and the dad actually has several lines implying about like interest in the stars and like his view of his like place in the world.
no, yeah, his dreams to be an astronaut.
Yeah, well, I think it's super interesting his dreams to be an astronaut, and a lot of it is like seeing the world from space, and the idea of how like small the world is, given
Well,
like
it literally puts things into perspective.
well, especially when you consider who and where this guy is, because he is
Yeah.
in like the most isolated, like small village in
In the
Japan.
most isolated country in the world,
Yeah.
Yeah,
other than North
yeah,
Korea.
yeah. The basically like um it almost like ties into his perspective of the world already, if you know what I
Mhm.
mean.
Yeah.
And it's super interesting because this is a dream that he obviously like. Well, he says like the reason he didn't follow his dream was he's not smart enough, but he doesn't seem bitter about it. He just seems like, well, yeah, it's a nice dream. It's a dream I have, but obviously it's like I can't really pursue it, but you know what? I don't have regrets for not pursuing it. So
Hmm.
it kind of ties back into like the thing with a lot of these characters where uh there's a lot of different aspects and approaches to dreams with different characters, and the
Yeah,
dad
dreams
is
and regrets. It's probably
yeah
the
the
second
dad
biggest theme after needs and wants.
yeah the dad is very clearly the guy who didn't follow his dream but didn't regret it.
Hmm. Yeah. And then that leaves the Akira and the
Yep.
victim squad. Do we want to
Yeah.
do the victim squad, then Akira, or Akira and then the victim squad?
Well, Akira ties back into his dad anyway. Uh, I think we can kind of cover just the stuff up to his dad, and then when we get to the victim squad, we'll deal with all of
Do
that with the
so
finale.
do Akira, victim squad, Akira, and then wrap up the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, probably a good idea.
All right, who wants to start with Akira?
Yeah, I thought it was super interesting with Akira. Like we said, a lot of it, his thing is it's tying into him reconnecting with like this rural community, and he even like says when he first showed up in the village, like he used work to not visit them. It's very clear he feels bad, but it was also very much he had dreams outside and like ambitions outside of this village, which it's interesting to see how that kind of worked out for him. But still, he feels bad because he does feel like he kind of neglected his parents, and he's trying to make up for it. But the dad's kind of like, no, you're being an idiot. Don't waste your life trying to pay back me. You're my son. That's my job to worry about you, not the other way around, basically.
Hmm.
And with Akira, you get like him. Yeah, he and his dad do like reconnect, and he gets closer to his family, and it's very wholesome in that way with all of this. I actually think that he has like it's weird. He has the most interesting arc, but his arc is also the least like thematic, I guess. In
Who's
this
Akira?
part, at least in this part of the show, because I feel like his stronger arc was 6 and 7. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that was the main uh arc for him. This is kind of like an ancillary arc after he already
Yeah,
did his main
Yeah,
arc.
it's like the epilogue arc. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
like he had one more thing. It's like the last thing that was on his original bucket list
Yep.
before
The,
they added like up to 100 at the end, where they were all just shouting out ideas they wanted to do.
Yeah, but yeah, and you do get he does do the dreadlocks thing, which just seems like I think it's mostly there to get him talking to those three women that come back in the end.
Oh, it
Uh,
absolutely is. It's just like I said, it plays off like the silly cutscene thing where like you're wearing like a chicken costume when you're like confronting the final boss. Like it's just it
Oh,
doesn't
wearing
really
your
match up with the
customized
series.
character in a cutscene like
Exactly.
meme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it
exactly
was
what I felt like.
goofy.
It's like where you're like Arthur Morgan
I
in like Red Dead 2, you're like you're like yelling at Dutch while wearing like a Viking costume. It's like it takes the seriousness out of the scene.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say I also think about like when you're playing like a fantasy like RPG, and like you're
Mhm.
wearing really mismatched armor because you're just wearing stuff for the best stats.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
completely mismatched, silly outfit. But it's like, I think I saw a meme once that was like, "What are you wearing? It's my ass kicking outfit." But yeah,
Lulu,
the
how's the
dreadlock.
headache?
Yeah,
Uh,
uh, uh,
why do you ask?
yeah,
I was just checking up on you. You had it for
No,
a few hours ago. You still have it?
it's pretty bad. Like that's why I've been quiet. I'm not even gonna lie. That's why I've
I
been quiet
figured.
because I'm it's like clouding my ability to think. Like words are not coming out very well. I
Yeah,
I think it's
I had a
time we
feeling.
can
Yeah,
wrap up.
there's a
I
reason you're
appreciate
being
you guys,
quiet.
like carrying this one. So
No problem.
thank you.
Ah, no
Drink
problem.
some of that nasty tap water. It'll help.
Yeah, I will. I'll give in.
So what are you saying, Rangi?
Yeah, I was gonna say we could probably wrap up Akira pretty quick because yeah, a lot of it comes down to him talking to his dad, and you do kind of feel like Akira. A lot of it is kind of just understanding more of the theme, because a lot of the theming of the whole show is dream. You know.
Yeah, I would argue that's the number two one. Like dreams and regrets is the number two after needs versus wants.
Yep, yep, and that's kind of where Akira is connecting here, because and most of the characters are probably connecting here
Hmm.
is their dreams. And with Akira right now, he's kind of learning and understanding his dad in a new light, and what
Well,
his
I mean,
dad.
you actually do get a version of each of their dreams, right? Kenjo makes that girl laugh, those comedic stuff. Beatrix gets to see like authentic Japan with the village. Um, Shizuke gets to be like kind of like a village doctor and help people, which is what she wanted to do. And then Akira realizes his dream is to save the world, which is as big as a dream as you can get, which is what the dad always told him: dream as big as you
Yeah,
can, which is
which is
doesn't get bigger than
basically
that.
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
I think that also ties in with the fact that Akira couldn't really remember what his original
He
dream
never had
was,
a
and
dream.
then
Yeah. That was the
yeah. And
yeah, and
then
yeah.
then well, and
well, it
then
was
when
to
he
be a
did, they were like,
superhero, which
"Oh,
really, like
superhero."
what Ryan you said in last stream is like that was basically an unrealistic dream until the zombie apocalypse happened, where you can
Yeah,
feasibly be a
basically.
superhero.
Yeah, basically,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
a modern like normal society does not appreciate you beating, showing up and beating random people up,
Yeah,
regardless
like
of whether they're criminals or villains
yeah,
or not.
no, like that's the thing, right? Like people don't like vigilantes in real life where they do in media because in real life it plays out much differently. It's just some crazy
Yeah.
guy in a costume just beating up random people they know nothing about.
Yeah, but like obviously in the apocalypse, like saving people has a lot different meaning, and I like that kind of comes up with the new dream he decides on is yeah saving the world. He's gonna and whether that's just saving a bunch of people and stopping zombies at every turn, or actually trying
Well,
to stop the zombie
wait, so that
apocalypse.
that kind of goes back to his original dream of being a superhero. That's kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
saving the
that's
world and being a
basically what it
superhero
is.
kind of go hand in
Yeah.
hand.
Well,
Yeah.
this is the thing, and it would have been interesting to see a second season. I'm not.
I
Well,
know.
I
I'm not.
know.
I wasn't. I think I said
Exactly.
before I wasn't super unsatisfied with it, not
Well,
because I do
it's
feel like this
what they at
ends
least had the
in a
grace to
conclusive way.
do is like not end the season on a cliffhanger, which sometimes does happen, right? Like
Yeah,
I hate when a
that's
show
kind of
gets
my
Yeah.
canceled
thing.
after a cliffhanger ending, but there's still a lot of stuff unresolved, right? Like the saving the world, the zombie cure, the romance stuff between Shizuke and
Yeah,
Akira, and even smaller stuff like further exploring the character of Beatrix.
yeah. It feels like it's one of those things where I don't hate what we got. I would like more, but I don't feel like we needed more because I've seen so many anime end with like a cliffhanger ending, and then it's just like, oh, what happens in the end? I don't know. Go read the manga.
Yeah.
Go read the manga.
Well, there's no more manga either in this case, right?
I haven't read the manga. I don't know.
Well, I might pick up the manga just
I'm
if there is a continuation.
That would be interesting to pick up because I know the manga was continuing. I don't. I know it wasn't past season one when season one came out, but that was like a year ago. So,
Because if there is like a good bit more of the manga, that could be a future stream idea.
I agree.
oh, oh, uh,
And the movie.
Oh yeah, that's we may potentially do that in the future. Just maybe.
but
Maybe.
yeah,
We may
uh,
just do it
I
on November 30th. Just maybe.
Possibly.
yep, wait. Actually, before we commit to that, I need to check what day that is. Okay, no, I'm
random
good
random
that
person in chat, you didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
day. I'm good that day. We might actually be able to. But yeah, I think now is probably a good time. Well, first off, yeah, uh, trying to save the world is also joked about with him and Kensho way earlier in the season, where it's like, who knows? Maybe you'll be the guy who saves the world. I think Kencho says.
Yeah, it was in episode 3.
Yeah, as like kind of almost a joke. It's like, well, obviously not because we're just guys, but you know. But
Which is
yeah, it seems that
yeah.
becomes the thing. But yeah,
But,
I do really
so I
like.
think we should move on to the victim squad. I'm starting to
Yeah.
fall asleep
So
here.
I was gonna say, yeah,
Yeah.
let's go on to the victim squad and then just like briefly
Just
touch on
final
the
final
resolution.
thoughts
Yep.
on just the overall
Yeah.
season. Yeah.
Yep. So the victim squad whole thing. You got Higurashi, who was a NEET who feels like he was
Well,
abandoned. He's
let's do
actually
him last.
yeah. No, I'm just going through a brief thing of all of
Oh,
them.
okay, yeah, yeah.
You've got the pervert who talks about himself as chronically unlucky. You've got
Is he
the
retarded? Is the pervert retarded? I feel like I was like alluded to it.
well,
Yeah, I don't think he
I
was
don't
like
think
Yeah,
they
all
state
there.
has the
that,
tism.
but
He has the tism.
Yeah, I think he
I
did.
don't think they state that, but
Well, I don't know. I
maybe.
think something you imply, like the way he like talked, sounded like a retard, especially with the dub voice
God.
actor. Like he had like a silly voice.
I don't think
I
it
don't
didn't
think
feel
you
how
can say that.
Damn. I'm
uh,
getting a stream demonetized already.
nah, it's
look,
okay.
Lulu's just offended because you're attacking his own identity as a retard.
Yes, exactly. I know I'm a retard, okay?
Uh,
But yeah, you've got him, you've got bossy woman, you've got Higurashi, and then you've got divorced, depressed man.
Dude, I thought that was Tendo's dad at first in the flashback. The
Me
character models look
too.
similar.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like
But
Yeah.
Tenno's dad is a bit more tan.
but dude, they look too close, and I thought like this was some like side of the dad we never saw before. Because especially since the kid looked like kind of a young
Oh, you
Akira.
mean when they cut to the bar? Yeah, no, I was confused by that too because I feel like that cut scene comes in out of nowhere.
Yeah, and
It is
I
random, yeah.
felt like it's like weirdly placed, and there's not a lot of like context that it's like one of the victim squad members because it looked because especially since it's a younger one too, I just assumed it was Akira's dad going through like some midlife crisis that they were gonna go on more about like how he like hated his family briefly, but then learned to love them because the kid looked like it could have been Akira as a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think we go through the least substance to the most substance, and that's probably the quickest way to do this because they all don't have that
The
much.
least substance one was the woman. They gave
Yeah,
her like a
yeah. So
20-second flashback.
she's basically Karen. That's
Yeah, she's do you know what she reminded me of? The homeowner president from, Over the Hedge.
Yeah.
Like, dude, like, she, like, even talked like her too. It's like because I watched that
yeah.
movie recently, and I'm like, "Oh my god, it's the same freaking character."
Yeah, but basically she's the hyper control freak. I think everyone's worked with somebody like this
Yeah,
or
it's a
like dealt with
Karen. Like,
somebody like
we all
this.
know
Yeah,
Karens.
it's a Karen, and it's interesting too because she's the type that basically seems to believe that everyone has to adhere to the way she sees. And the way they try to tie it into Beatrix is the fact that she's very much the type that falls into like this is the way everything should be, while Beatrix is kind of the person that idolizes a different culture from her own.
Yeah, so it's kinda
Yeah.
like, I want everything my way versus I like how other people do it kinda thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is there's not a lot of substance at all to it.
Well
She
the
uses like
only there's
a
only one of them that have substance, and that's Akira and Higurashi. All the other boss fights have, like, no substance
yeah
to them.
yeah that's true. I feel like she has even less than the other. I think the second most is probably the divorced dad guy.
Yeah, well, because him and Kensho at least have, like, the thing where they both, like, base their life around women kinda thing. That's,
Well,
like, at least
you also
something.
get a lot more
Oh, yeah, his
with them.
flashback is actually, I think, the most relatable to people because,
Yeah,
like, he's in a loveless marriage, and he hates his job, and his kid's a little
yeah,
snot-nosed shithead, like, it's a pretty, like, relatable thing, whereas the other ones are a bit more, uh hyper exaggerated, right? Like most people
yeah.
aren't
It's,
the bitchy worker no one likes. Most people aren't retarded, like actually retarded. Like that guy was You can't convince me otherwise. That dude was actually retarded. And then Higurashi, he's literally Goob. He's Goob. Like everyone wanted to be friends with him. He's like, everyone hated me.
Yeah.
I think, but well, let's go. I think the next one we have to go on to then, speaking of, is the pervert.
Yeah, the pervert retard who. Oh, know what? I think they might have survived. I just came to me. You know why I think they left him alive? Because he was always talking about how unlucky he is, and then he was the only one who lived. That's pretty lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So yeah,
I
with
think I
him,
think that might have been the angle there.
yeah, I think that is probably the idea they had. But yeah, so with him, he is the type of person that seems to. I don't think like he was meant to be a retard. He's the type of person that blames everybody else for his problems, though.
Okay, well, maybe the sub doesn't come across like Lulu. You like, doesn't the dub voice actor sound super silly while talking?
Yeah, I feel like they
I feel like they wanted to
just
play up the being
I
him
don't
being the
know.
retard because he is
They
also
Like,
all.
they like kind of went out of their way to make him sound like he was like autistic. Like, and I
yeah,
don't mean
like
that as an insult, like as
no,
someone
like he
who
just
has
sounded like he had
family
trouble.
members
Yeah.
that are like autistic and have a speech impediment. Like I feel like that's what they were trying to imply with it, like
Yeah,
with that
same
character.
here. I got
So,
family members like that as well. Yeah, I
yeah.
think that's what it reminded
I
me of. Is just like
I
someone
am
who
I
just like doesn't grasp how the world actually works, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I am that family member. I had to go through like therapy and stuff to be able to deal with the.
Did you ever do
Damn.
speech therapy? I did do that as a
I
kid.
did. I did.
I couldn't pronounce
O
my S's
OT.
or THs or Z's. Is what I had.
Yeah,
I got my S's and Z's down pretty well, but my THs I still like I'll say with instead of with sometimes.
yeah, I had problem with TH. And I had some other problems. I also have the problem of I also have the problem of using like in like every other word.
Well,
I
that's
think that's just
normal.
TikTok
That's
brain.
normal.
Yeah, I think that's like
Yeah.
texting TikTok brain. Like a lot of people do that.
But this was before TikTok existed. Remember, I'm old,
Dude, you're a precedent, dude. You like set the trend.
obviously.
You're
Why
patient
can't I get
zero.
money for that?
You're patient zero for the overuse of the word like.
But yeah, so the perfect guy, he feels like the type of guy that's just supposed to be like hyper self-centered and hyper like nothing is his fault. He blames everything on luck, and
But to be fair
meanwhile,
though,
it all
you can
comes
really
down to
apply that to
ego.
all the victim squad. They're all
Yeah,
narcissists who think
that's
everything's
true.
society's fault.
Yeah.
That's true. They all kind of are. But he was, I guess, a assistant chef, or he worked in a kitchen. Um, because he didn't dispose of a cigarette right, it burned down and stuff like that. And he was talking about the chefs being angry. Everyone else was angry at him because they lost their jobs. Basically, he's just a
He said,
loser.
"I lost my job too." Yeah, no shit.
Bro
Mm,
committed arson. He's like, I lost my
Well,
job.
no, it's not arson because arson requires it to be intentional. He
intent.
just
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, true, true.
started
yeah. He committed what's it called? I'd taken a couple law
negligence.
classes. Negligence. Thank you. Criminal negligence. Negligence.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but
so
yeah, basically he doesn't. Well, it's hard to. I don't want to say he doesn't get much because all most of them don't get much. I feel like Higurashi is the closest to
well,
because
Higurashi's decently fleshed out. I'd say Higurashi's more fleshed out than Beatrix is.
yeah, he is. Uh, but yeah, he doesn't get much. He's taken down by the end because the way they frame it is his immediate. He only cares about the immediate and what he can immediately get out
Mhm.
of things, and that applies to even his approach to pursuing women. Clearly, because he's like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
breaking guy.
And then, so then, yeah, he gets the gunshot out of his hand by the sniper. The old people beat him up, and then she lectures him about his worldview. And then, because like she's like, what's because she talks about luck too, right? And then she talks about the scientific theory that she always does, and then she compares it to her own life experience. And then the meta take is that like in the end, like the unlucky character is actually lucky enough to have lived through that experience.
Yeah, yeah, that's basically it because she has this view on luck that's like, luck is equal to your immediate action, your concern for others, and your long term worldview,
She literally turned luck into a math equation.
which is very much in character for her to do.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, the last character is divorced dad man, and then we get her garage.
Yeah. Divorced Dad Man was definitely the one I feel like they put the most effort in other than Higurashi because like I said, he's probably the most relatable of the victim squad, right? Because like I feel like I mean we're too young to really go through this, but I feel like a lot of like middle-aged men kind of hate their life because of they didn't chase their dreams and they're stuck in a loveless marriage with a snot-nosed little brat and just like
Well,
they just they just kind of lose sight of things and then like what Kensho points out is like they did that to themselves by like not appreciating what they had. So like if he would have appreciated what he did have, it probably wouldn't have been as miserable for him.
it feels like a lot of it is like he is the guy who was in a midlife crisis, and he's in a loveless marriage. Uh, he talks about how he would just spend his nights at the bar just to be able to like get not have to deal with
His family.
his family, his nagging wife, and that stuff. And there is a level where I feel like the way they challenge him feels kind of cheap. I feel like you could have done more, but I feel
Like
like
the
you needed
physical
more to
challenge or
prove
the verbal challenge?
the verbal challenge.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, I feel like
if
it's basically just gave him like basic therapy advice that like a marital counselor would give.
yeah. Well, also I'm plugging my channel in the chat. Don't mind me. But
Oh, I was gonna
uh,
let you guys at the end, anyways.
yeah. I figured I might as well. Uh, yeah, you know what I mean, though. I feel like there's something there. Like you said, he's probably more fleshed out than Beatrix, but I feel like there is a degree where he talks about like oh he's working all the because you get I got the impression at least that he probably I wouldn't shut I feel like you could have introduced this character as one of the people at Akira's work.
Yeah,
It probably would have fit
he
in.
I mean, he definitely seemed to be like the most reasonable for why he's depressed, right? Like, kind of seemed like a similar kind of zombie esque vibe that Akira was giving in episode one, whereas the other three were just kind of terrible people for no reason.
He's also a terrible person. He's trying to chuck an
Well, no,
innocent
no, all
guy in a
four are terrible
wonderful.
people, but I'm just saying his seemed like the most reasonable why
It
he was
it's
broken.
it seems like you can understand why he ended up being a broken person.
Yeah, I
Uh,
Because
agree.
the other 3 were like, "Oh, that's it?" Like, that's why it was
Yeah,
terrible. Like, his was the only one I'm like, I can see how that would break a man, even though when, like, Kensho, like, reframed it, it's like, "Well, maybe it was your fault." So
yeah, and probably was to an extent. I feel do it does feel
well, it's
like
a two-way street, right? Like,
yeah,
his wife
exactly.
probably didn't do a good job either, but if he did a better job, she probably would've did a better job in return.
Yeah,
That's kinda, like, how I took it.
well, it feels like one of those just relationships that just would have tragically ended. But the fact of the matter is, like, yeah, he is dedicating all of this time and all this work and effort in his life to a family that doesn't give a shit about him, and he doesn't, in turn, because of that, doesn't get. It's essentially he got trapped in a cycle.
Yeah,
That's what it felt like.
he basically he was like a hero. He felt lost in life and just kinda gave up. And then,
Yeah,
he also felt freed, but unlike Higurashi and the other victim squad, he decided to use that freedom for, nefarious deeds rather than, uh,
I I
helpful
actually
ones,
feel
positive
like he's
ones.
of the victim squad outside of Higurashi, I feel like he's probably the one that could have been his own like solo villain.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, 2 of the victim squad characters are barely even characters, like,
Yeah, they feel like they literally exist to be like one shot lackeys
well, they were
essentially.
there just to have so they had 4 just so each character had a boss fight, even though they
Yeah,
really only had a clear
yeah,
message with 2 and a half of them.
but,
Because I
Yeah.
get
but yeah.
you can we made up kind of a reason for the retard character with the luckiness and surviving. I don't know if that
Oh
was the
no,
intended read,
the show very much makes it clear that was kind of supposed to be the intended thing. Cause,
but
but
that
yeah,
was the intended read that they left him alive for that reason.
I think so. Well, I also buy the more accurate thing of, well, these are good people that aren't just gonna like murder somebody, no matter how horrific
Yeah,
they
so do you
are.
think what do you think came first in this, like, chicken or egg situation? Do you think they came up with the luck thing because they wanted to reason, like, the on a meta reason explain why he's left alive, or do you think they gave the luck character to the people because they know they wouldn't kill him?
I think they wanted to tie the luck
Second
thing
one.
into
I think the second one.
Shizuka's.
Do you
Yeah, I
think,
think they wanted to tie the luck thing into Shizuka's overarching character arc with her care of other people and stuff. That's kind of what it is used to do.
okay,
Uh, but yeah, we get to the main villain, Higurashi.
anti-Akira.
Yeah, he
Hmm.
is anti. Well, okay, so Higurashi is basically set up to be a NEET. So we know that he says that his view is he peaked in elementary school, going and hanging out with his friends at the pool in summer or break. He's basically the type of person though that uh the way they explain his background is he was able to get along more with people when he was younger, but then he found himself drifting more and more apart. He's kind of the lonely. He was kind of the lonely, sad nerd, and he got really bitter about society because he's not accepted. And a lot of it comes down to he's not putting in the effort either.
Mhm.
Uh, but he feels like society abandoned him. That's kind of the
Yeah.
way it's framed. And
He's
you also get the clear impression, yeah, he became a NEET. He had no job. But he went to college, but they mentioned that he dropped out.
yeah.
Uh,
Oh.
if he also mentioned that he did try to go on like all these things, like these different training programs and traveled abroad and stuff like that to try and do it, but he just couldn't connect with people. It feels like it's literally a case of he's somebody who probably just isn't very good at dealing with people and isn't very good at taking any sort of initiative doing that. But he doesn't have the self awareness to realize it's his fault that he's like that.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which there are definitely people like that. Hell, I was like that for a while, even though I don't think I was this type of loser. But I just didn't interact
Yeah.
with people a lot.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, and
Like, I
it's
think.
interesting. He was resentful of society, and then when the world ended, you actually get the scene where he sees the person getting eaten, and it's kind of a parallel to Akira's situation with the end of the world. But
Yeah.
rather than Akira, who's like, "Oh, I'm free from that job. I don't have to go back to work." He's like, I'm free from society. No one's going to judge
Yeah.
me for not working because
Yep.
he's the one who's not doing the things that he's supposed to do in society. Well, Kira's freed from what he's doing in society and the kind of societal pressures and obligations.
Yeah.
He's just freed from the expectations of society.
Yeah, sorry, I was just, finding that frame of the shot where they're all across the bridge and, like, yeah, the one the victim squad guys is just front and center next to the dog and the little girl.
Hmm.
So I don't know, I just feel like that was definitely something they were gonna toy with in the 2nd season, just
Did you guys like the fact that he gets bit and dies, or do you think it would have been better if they kept him alive?
I
I liked that he
I
got bit and died, even though because I think there's two sides to look at this. You can he
Yeah.
obviously could have been explored more and had like a redemption arc, but at the same time,
I
he runs away from Akira, which was what starts all these problems because Akira was trying to befriend him and he ran away from that. And then
Yeah.
here, him running away actually like helps everyone because he draws the zombies away from the villagers. So
Oh
it's like,
yeah, didn't even
yeah.
think about that.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so it's kinda
I
like he basically him running away is what causes everything in the first place, and then him running away is kinda him putting things back together. So it's
yeah,
kinda
and
come full circle.
as far as him getting bitten
And then he
too,
runs to the
I
pool, which or the water, which is what he always wanted to return to, is that childhood pool where's the last time he was happy.
Yeah.
Bro
yeah,
literally peaked in elementary school.
yeah. Well,
Relatable.
it kind of makes sense because basically he peaked when everything was kind of carefree, and he's the
Mhm.
type of person that clearly just didn't deal with
Stress well.
responsibility and expectations well, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
does not and just couldn't adapt and couldn't like deal with other people because his concerns never really changed with other people's concerns, and his
Yeah.
like view of the world kind of never changed. It's tragic. I don't feel like he's a redeemable character or good guy or could have been a good guy. I
I mean,
also
I
don't
don't
Yeah.
know.
think he
Animes redeem some pretty horrible characters like Vegeta, Orochimaru, right? Like these guys were like serial killers.
Mm.
Vegeta only blew up a few planets. Fine.
Planets.
What's that?
Yeah,
What's that? Like a
Vegeta
few
committed
billion
genocide, and now he's
people?
like one of the main heroes.
I mean, is it
I think
genocide
if
if you blow up a planet? I feel like that there's
Yes, you blew
probably a
up you
different
wiped
role.
out an entire race. That's or multiple races. This
Or
mass genocide on a mass scale.
I was gonna say there's probably a more extreme term for it than just genocide at that point. That's for sure.
shit.
It's an extinction level event. He just casually caused several extinction level events.
Yeah, but either way,
But don't worry, he's
with
one of the
this
bros
guy,
now because
I don't think that the villain would have real. I think the villain would have just turtled himself, like basically when it comes to like his views on things if he didn't die. You know, I
I
think
I think
he only
I
really
think the
didn't
death
because
was a good
yeah,
death. Good
he gets
thematic
bit.
death.
Yeah, because he gets bit and he's still freaking out at that point, and he's still being kind of an
My
ass. And
one criticism with the scene is I get it was like thematically relevant for Akira to like physically forgive him by hugging him, and like they show that with the crossing off of like the
Yeah.
bucket list. But like you should not be hugging someone who just got bit. Like I'm sorry. Like that took me out of the scene completely.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Like he was mid transformation when he gave him a hug. Like bro was really risking his life for like no reason. Like you don't
I
because you
can
don't know
forgive it
exactly.
for the
Yeah,
wholesome of the
I,
scene. Like I can
I
forgive
get
it.
it. It's just like I couldn't enjoy the wholesomeness of the scene because like my logic brain was like he's literally hugging a guy as he's turning into a zombie. Like it's like
Yeah.
his like veins are turning black and his teeth are like getting all yellow and his eyes are like bulging out of his head. Like
that,
he was
it's one of
seconds
those
away
things.
from yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things though where the past we've seen the zombie thing take longer. Like it taken at least a few hours, and now suddenly it's taking.
Well, this
It
was like a
seems
mid-level one, right? Because like
Yeah.
we've seen it take seconds, we've seen it take hours, and this one took minutes, right? Because he jogged for a few minutes.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of true, and yeah, he with him with that though, I do think that a lot of that is yeah, it's kind of that there's the wholesomeness of the scene. There's also like basically I feel like you kind of need that to give like real closure on Higurashi's character because it would probably be feel cheap if he just kind of got killed off or if he was just defeated by Akira
No,
and
like
like
thematically, it worked really well. It's just logically, it was
Yeah.
pretty dumb.
yeah, it's that there's a little bit there that I think is a problem, but Other
I
than
mean,
that, though, yeah, that's the
yeah,
villain squad. That's
yeah.
the victim squad. I like that name for
I
them.
do. That's because, like, dude, they're all just like bitching about first world problems. And I'm like, oh my god, you guys are literally all victims. I'll call you the victim squad.
Oh yeah. Uh, with that too, it really did feel to me like yeah, uh, they wanted to do sort of dark reflection of each person, but then they just didn't have the time or didn't put the time in to develop them.
Yeah,
It
I
makes
think
me
that was
wonder.
probably a rush thing.
I actually feel like because you get like that scene where he's like, okay, let's see which one of us finishes our this first, but then he's killed in the next episode. I feel like if they had a second season, but Higurashi probably would have just escaped the village and then like come up
I
later.
don't know if I agree with that. I think in a show that's as short as this, right? Like 4 episodes is a good amount. That's a third of the show,
That's
or
true.
a quarter,
What it,
third.
we also get the
Yeah,
victim
third.
squad list because we did talk about the parallel with lists before with the 100 things needed to not become a zombie, 100 things
Yeah,
you want to
it's
do.
like yeah, it's the instead of needs versus wants is the positive ones versus negative ones, right? Or like beneficial wants versus destructive ones, right? Like
Social versus antisocial. Yeah. Well, it almost feels like Akira applies to the essentially just yeah he wants to do what he wants to do, but he doesn't want to hurt anybody.
well, yeah, well, because what you want to do can be a positive thing, right? Like there
Yeah.
wants can be positive or negative, whereas needs are typically neutral, right? So as you have positive,
Yeah.
neutral, and negative, and we explored all three.
Like, for example, who does it actually hurt Akira going to the watch shop? For example, it doesn't really hurt anybody.
I mean, basically, the only thing Akira does is like shoplift, but that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, like there's no like commerce economy or money at this point.
Yeah. So like
I
stealing
feel
is
like
really not even
yeah.
stealing is not morally wrong in an apocalypse.
Well, is it even stealing? I think everyone involved with it, the watch is
Yeah, I
dead.
guess it's yeah, I guess I don't know what you would call it. Just taking?
Yeah, I guess it's just, and even then, it's kind of
Looting? Looting it's looting, right? That's what it is?
I guess it is technically looting, but even then, it's like it's not like he's looting it to like steal. He wants to like pose with the watch, and then
I guess
like
it's like kinda like finding like lost treasure. It's the same kind of
yeah,
thing.
and
Yeah.
that's the thing. It's one of those things where I don't feel like it's morally wrong looting, probably just because of the extent of how this is an apocalypse level. It's not like he's grabbing it so that he can like resell it in
Yeah,
when he
or
gets.
he's like taking like stuff out of someone's camp, right? That's like he's not he's taking something from an abandoned
I
place.
I was gonna say I'd almost argue that these watches' value has dropped to basically zero within this
Oh
new
yeah.
world dynamic.
Because basically you need what would happen is after a few decades where society starts to rebuild, then gold would be the first like currency again. You basically just go through history again, right? First you do the bartering system, then you do like commodity based, then natural resources like gold and silver, and then you go back to like a physical like paper currency. So like
Yeah.
it would just
So like,
go one at a time.
yeah, like that or like what's the harm in them going to a hot spring, you know? It really isn't really much harm other than the potential risk to themselves.
Mhm. Or the
And they're all
embarrassment if there's no girls' hot spring.
Mhm.
yeah, but there's no like risk to them to others. Like
Mhm.
they're not gonna screw over people while the other list is like, uh, well, I feel like it's supposed to be sinister. I don't feel like firing a real gun is that sinister, depending on
Well,
what you're
that's what
doing.
me and, Lulu were talking about earlier, is, like, was there more context to it, or is it just, like 'cause, like, do drugs and shoot a gun aren't necessarily bad things, it's just how you do them.
You know what Asians treat drug stuff?
No.
For context, several in at least Singapore. I believe it's actually the death penalty if you get caught smuggling drugs in.
Oh wow, I know in Singapore
Yeah.
chewing gum is illegal.
I think that's what I
Yeah.
heard. I don't know if that's exactly true, but
No, it
uh,
is. You're not allowed to chew gum in Singapore. They will arrest
no,
you.
no, I mean what I said. But
Oh.
basically, Asian countries are extremely serious about drug
Well, no, why?
crime.
It's because the British hooked them all on opioids.
Yeah,
Like
but
that was like there was literal opioid wars where the Asian countries would try to shut down their ports, and then the British would invade with their navy and then force them to take opioids.
yeah, but then also with guns, well, the Japanese banned all guns in like
Yeah,
I
basically
think
only
like
police are allowed to have them.
yeah, and I feel like that's like the less sinister of those. They have like one on their thing that's like fuck up
One literally
society.
says "fuck society."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that gets crossed off when they unleash the zombies on the village.
Yeah, and then their last ones they each have to complete is turn the villagers into zombies, and then make it up to my parents. Right? It was like a race to see who could complete their goal first.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
person I
yeah.
hate the
You
most
also
turned
you
into a
also
zombie.
have the
Yeah.
guy who was like uh slap my bitch of a wife. Uh, uh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
for the pervert was forced his tongue down a girl's throat.
and then what was the woman's?
I don't know.
Uh,
Dude, she was so forgettable, even though she had a chainsaw.
yeah, I don't believe this woman would get along with these other losers. That's the
Well, she
funny
was also
thing.
a loser. She had no friends. Everyone at work hated her.
Yeah, she's also a loser, but she's a loser because she tries to force her views and beliefs on how she should act onto
Yeah,
others.
that's a good point. I feel like she wouldn't be okay with not being the leader of that group.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
Like
kind of my. It's like you'd probably.
Igarashi was the leader, but like she feels like she'd be the type of character like I deserve to be the leader kind of thing.
I almost feel like you could have put her into Gonzo's little thing.
I mean, she's such a basic character. You could put her into anything. Like there's not really a whole lot there. You could put her in any situation really.
Hmm.
Like, she could have
Yeah,
been in
I don't.
episode 1. She could have been one of the toxic people at Kira's workplace. Know what I mean? Like you could put her there too.
Yep, that's true.
Um,
In fact, I feel like she would fit her. The backstory flashbacks we get with her could have fit in. You could have fit in. Outside of that, what else do we have to say about the finale? I think the big thing, other than that, is you get the fake out with Akira's death with
uh,
the zombie
yeah,
makeup and him
yeah,
kind
which
of.
everyone saw coming. If you watched like any TV show ever, you knew that was gonna be a fake out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you didn't think. Also, just the dad like yelling about like if you give your life for me, you're no longer a man and shit like that.
Yeah,
I
he's like,
like
"I'm gonna
that.
kill I'm gonna kill." It's like the "I'm gonna kill you if you die" thing.
Yeah. But that with that, and then that's just like Akira gets the jump on Higurashi, and then Higurashi gets banned. I think we're pretty much done actually covering the events.
Yeah,
This
basically the only
last
other thing is
episode,
they get stuck at the ravine and they think all is lost, and then Chad Carpenter
Yeah.
Man's like,
Rescues
"I'm
everyone.
here," and then yeah, and
Yeah.
then he like throws the bridge across, and then
Yeah.
they all run across, and then basically they all agree to go chase their dreams, and then save his dad from dying of hemorrhoids.
the villagers also like reclaim the village. This is something
Yeah,
I actually
they do the rebuilding thing, which is in a lot of anime, because like a
Yeah.
lot of times the village gets destroyed and they do a rebuilding arc, and like
uh,
yeah.
this is the other thing though. Because this is something a trope I hate in zombie things where it's like the community falls and they just like completely have to abandon their what they've built, and it's like
Oh yeah,
this one is
they
like
don't abandon it, which is nice this time
yeah,
around.
Yeah.
yeah
Because like in The
well
Walking Dead, how many times did they abandon like a pretty
that's why
realistically
I
Yeah.
got
good
sick of
base?
The Walking Dead because it was
Yeah.
for like
They
3 or 4 seasons. It was just
until Alexandria, which they keep throughout the rest of the show.
Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
before that it was like it's the fourth
They had the
was
RV camp, and then they had
Wait,
the farm,
camp,
and then the prison.
CDC, farm, prison, Woodbury. So like 5 before
Yeah.
no,
Alexandria.
you also had Terminus.
What?
Terminus is kind of another one.
Terminus,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
6.
That was like the place that was like at the end of like the railroad or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so they
yeah,
it took them 7 bases to find their permanent one.
yeah.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? So yeah, so then that's they pretty much go off to tease a second season, which we're never getting, and then that's that. So, what do you guys want to just say about the show as a whole? It's time to wrap this up.
I
Um,
really liked it.
Anyone want to go first?
I think I will. I really liked it. I think I've said before, this is probably one of those anime I can definitely recommend to people. And it's still got a bit, especially in the second half, it's got a lot of like animatisms, but I still think it's very approachable as an anime.
Hmm.
Uh,
I guess we'll let Lulu go last since he's the host.
okay.
I really liked this anime as well. I mean, I've seen more than Lulu, significantly more than Lulu, but significantly less than Rangi. So I'm like a good middle ground. Like this is like my 22nd or 23rd anime or something like that.
Okay.
Um, yeah, so I've seen enough to be aware of the tropes, but I'm not like fluent in it like Rangi is. But I liked it. This was probably maybe in my top 10. I would have to think about it, but it's definitely up there. For it, I think it does a lot with how little time it has, right? Like 12 episodes of 20 minutes is not a lot, yet I feel like it achieves a lot more than a lot of like the animes in general's worst problem is pacing. I've seen so
oh
many
yeah,
horrendously
Oh,
paced
really?
anime. Oh
especially a lot of
yeah.
like shonen anime
Shonen
because
Shonen in particular is so bad at pacing.
well, it a lot of it comes down to the Dragon Ball Z problem where it's like let's have like 10 episodes for them to do like half of a fight.
Yeah, like Rang, you know the meme of like the third Hokage and Orochimaru having tug of war on that sword for like 7 episodes straight.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah. So like
dang.
it's there's a lot of repetition and like terrible
Well,
pacing.
they're the reason it exists too. Because usually what is happening is because they want to fill as much time as they can because
Yeah.
es- essentially it's because with anime a lot of the time is they want to buy as much time for the manga
Hmm.
to get ahead as they can.
Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
so this anime was much better paced. I think like, they did a good job of making at least all the protagonists super likable, right? A lot of times there's an annoying protagonist that like no one can stand.
Yeah.
And then I mean this the show's weakest part is probably the villains, right? Other than Gonzo, I don't think any of the villains were particularly um like special, right? Like I think it was interesting what they did with Higurashi, but I don't think he was anything great. I think the
Uh,
premise of him was the most interesting thing about him. So like other
yeah,
than Gonzo, there wasn't a lot of good villains in the series.
it almost feels like if you wanted to end the series on a good villain, I don't know how you would do it because I think you'd have to really rework the series. But it feels like Gonzo would have been a better like main villain.
I think if you
Than
knew for sure you were getting a second season, you could have had him be the final villain. But the way that they're probably like they knew kind of that there was only going to be one season, I think that you kind of have to end it with how they did it.
Yeah.
one of those difficult things where in order to have Gonzo be the main villain, despite the fact he's obviously the best villain of the show, I
Oh
think.
yeah, I mean he like breaks Akira way more than Hirashi ever did, and then I just think the voice actor just did a phenomenal job. Oh wait, is Akira and Higurashi voiced by the same guy? They sounded very familiar or very similar.
It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't
'Cause I
know.
think that might have been intentional to like have the
Actually, wait,
same
I
voice
can look this
actor
up.
like, do the show the parallels.
behind the voice.
I'll have to
Yeah,
look
that would
into
have
that
made
later
sense.
because they sounded super similar, and I was wondering whether it was just two different voice actors trying to sound similar, or they just had the same guy do it. But yeah, so I like the show. I definitely recommend it to people. I wouldn't recommend it to people who've never seen an anime before, but like if you've seen like one or two, I feel like this is definitely a good one to pick up. Um, so
Yeah.
yeah, I give it a recommendation if this is not your first anime, or if you just like zombie shows. Even if you haven't seen an anime, I think you just like it if you like zombie shows. So
Yeah.
two thumbs up for me. I really enjoyed watching this, and I'm really bummed we didn't get a second season. All right, Lulu, your thoughts?
Um, I thought it was. I thought it was cute and wholesome and a very cool, like unique, like optimistic look on zombie. You know, where most of it is pretty brutal, dark, grimy. Um, like you said, all the main characters are likable. Even the side characters are pretty memorable. Um,
Like Carpenter dude's pretty cool.
yeah, and besides some plot holes and like unfinished storylines, the show is pretty good. And yeah, the only thing, the only like zombie media I can give a closest comparison to would probably be Z Nation. Because Z Nation
Okay.
is a TV show and it's like serious story, but it's like comedic bits. Um,
hmm
and it's like a road trip movie, and it's very goofy, off the wall, weird, and yeah, that's the best comparison to a live action thing I can give. Um, yeah, I'd recommend it to, just people who like zombie shit or anime watchers. Either one will probably more than likely like this. So yeah,
hmm
Y-
One last thing I
Also,
did forget to say is I think the strongest point of the show was its thematics. I think it was a very thematically poignant show, and it had
yeah,
good through lines throughout with its thematic.
I agree.
So I
the
was really because I'm not usually a huge theme guy. Like, I appreciate theme, but like usually I like other start parts of a story more than the themes. Whereas with this show, I think the themes were my favorite part.
That that
yeah.
is also like the
Uh,
biggest part of the show. Like that's kind of the whole point
Yeah.
of the show.
hmm
yeah.
Uh,
Also, I looked up the voice actors while we were talking. And it's different voice actors, but uh, the voice actor for Higurashi for English is Bryce Papenbrook, who's also known to, well, he's one of the most generic voices in anime dubbing. Back when I watched dubs, I
hmm
always could kind of pick him. He's also known for doing Kirito from Sword Art Online.
Oh, no wonder he sounded like super familiar because he just got like generic voice.
He also voices Eren from Attack on Titan.
Yes, that's right. And then he's also in an episode of One Punch Man where he plays a character
Yeah.
that basically turns into a Titan, which is funny.
I've never found his voice particularly great, but maybe it's just because I can pick it out so easily.
It's fine. I mean, it's like he's like typical like plug in go
He,
anime guy. Like he'll do
yeah,
any job and he does a fine job.
he's
No, Richard
typical.
Epcar
He's typical
or Steve
plug-in
Blum.
generic protagonist man. That's kind of his
Yeah,
voice.
yeah. Richard
He-
Epcar is probably the best of the dub voice actors that were in this show. He's just awesome.
yeah, but yeah, I think we're good to close it out.
okay.
Yeah, and just
We've
wanna
been going for a while.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you can find me on Iron Mandrill. You can find Rangi on Rangi, or links will be in the stream. That's I think
Yeah.
we're good with plugs there.
Wait,
Yeah.
as promised, I'm gonna shoot the
Oh yeah,
monkey.
you gotta shoot me.
Yeah, yeah. I got something
All right, wait.
prepared. All right.
Yeah,
Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Fuck. I've like my dementia's kicked in. I forgot how to use OBS. Shit.
you can't
I like
disappoint
that you're
everyone.
like. I like that you're like. I had something compared, and you're like, "Fuck,
All right,
where
here
is
we
it?"
go. Here we go. Can anyone see this on the stream, by the way?
Yeah,
It's just a PNG, my god. Here, Rangi, you get to do the honors.
But I don't have hands.
Do
I don't have
this?
hands.
Wait, look at the stream. Look at the stream.
Do you got a sound effect lined up?
No, I should.
No, we can't afford sound effects here. We're poor. We're a poor man's podcast.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Gunshot. My PC's lagging, bro. Bro, why it made me type a gun shit sound effect. God damn
We're
it.
getting delirious now.
Yeah, I am. Here, hold on. Wait. Where? Oh my god. That actually scared the fuck out of me. Jesus Christ. I don't know if the chat will be able to hear this.
I didn't hear anything.
Anything, but if it's captured on OBS, it might have come through the chat.
Wait.
Also,
I'll
of
hear it on
course, you
stream,
didn't
hold on.
hear anything, Iron. You got shot.
Wait. There's an ad. Wait.
Oh, I heard me.
Oh shit, I moved the wrong thing. Fuck, wait. Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. I gotta line this up perfectly. Oh no, he's dead. He got shot. How do I flip him? Shit, how do I flip? Damn. Wait, did he leave the call? No, come back, Iron. Wait. I haven't
You
shooting
can't come back. He's in the hospital now. You shot him.
Wait, hold on. I need to see his dead corpse on the stream. Wait.
Oh, there we go. I see the gun.
I'm Marvel Jesus.
There we go. I see the gun.
I turned your character to the side right as soon as you left, so the joke was just me looking stupid.
Yep, bang.
So every day then.
I did the bang, and then I like threw your character to the side, and then you just left, so it didn't even show up on stream. But yeah, anyways, the monkey's dead. I'm ending stream.
Dude, the end of this
Thanks for
stream is
watching.
just so chaotic.
Thanks for watching.